It is late now, later than you meant it to be. The house has gone quiet around you, the way it does when everyone else has already let go of the day. Outside, the traffic has thinned to the occasional car and then to nothing. The room is dark. Your body is tired, genuinely tired, the kind of tired that should have carried you under an hour ago. But you are still here, and so is the bracing. That is the word for it, if you have never named it before. Not thinking, exactly. Bracing. The quiet, full-body readiness for something to go wrong. A muscle held tight against a blow that has not landed and may never land. You are lying still, and underneath the stillness you are waiting, the way a person waits on a small boat for the next wave they cannot see. You know this hour. Most people who have lived past 50 know it well. During the day, the bracing hides. There is too much to do, too much noise, too many small tasks catching the mind and holding it. But at night, the tasks stop, and the noise stops, and the bracing steps forward out of the dark where it was standing all along. Tonight we are going to sit with a man who understood this exact feeling better than almost anyone who has ever lived, because he felt it in a situation far worse than yours or mine. His name was Boethius. He was a Roman, born around the year 477, into wealth and learning and every advantage the dying empire still had to give. And he wrote the book we are going to move through tonight, not from a comfortable study, but from a prison cell, while he waited to be put to death. Let your body settle into the bed as I tell you a little of him. You do not need to hold on to every detail. Some of this will reach you while you are still listening, and some of it will reach you after you have already drifted off, which is the better outcome anyway. Boethius had everything a man of his world could want. He was rich. He was brilliant. So brilliant that he set himself the task of translating all of Plato and all of Aristotle into Latin, a labor meant to last a lifetime. He rose to the highest offices in the land. And then, quite suddenly, near the end of his life, it was all taken. The wealth, the freedom, the honor, the safety. He was accused of a crime he did not commit, stripped of everything, and shut in a cell hundreds of miles from home. That is where the bracing would live, if anywhere. A man in a cell, knowing the worst is not a fear, but a fact, coming for him. And what he did in that cell is the strange and beautiful thing. He did not spend his last month screaming at the walls. He wrote himself a conversation. He imagined a visitor coming to sit with him in the dark, and through that visitor he slowly talked himself out of his terror and into a peace so deep that people have been reading it for 1,500 years to find their own way there. Notice your breath for a moment. You do not need to change it. Just notice that it is moving on its own, the way it has every night of your life without you managing it. Here is the small thing we will keep returning to tonight. The bracing you feel at this hour is almost never about this moment. Right now, in this room, you are warm. You are safe. Nothing is actually happening. The bracing is about a wave that has not arrived, a loss that has not come, a wheel that might turn. And Boethius discovered, in the worst circumstances a person can face, that once you understand the wheel, the bracing begins very slowly to let go of you. There is an image at the center of his book, and we will come to it properly in a moment. A great wheel, always turning, lifting some people up and setting others down. He did not invent it, but he made it famous, so famous that for 1,000 years afterward, people carved it into cathedrals. Tonight we are going to stand in front of that wheel together and look at it until it stops being frightening. For now, only this. The morning is not here. Whatever you are braced against has not arrived. There is only this room, this weight of your body against the mattress, this breath and the voice of an old Roman telling you it is going to be all right. Let your shoulders drop. We are only beginning. Chapter 2, The Wheel You Cannot Stop Watching. Let us look at the wheel, since it is the thing Boethius wanted us to see first, and since it is, in a way, the thing turning behind your own sleepless hour. Picture a great wheel, taller than a man, standing upright. Around its rim, people are fixed in place. As the wheel turns, one person is carried up to the top, crowned, lifted into the light. At the same moment, on the other side, a person who was at the top is carried down into the dark, and the wheel never stops. It turns slowly, steadily, indifferent to who is riding it, and no one who climbs on ever gets to choose when it will turn again. This was Boethius's picture of fortune, not luck in the small sense, the way we might talk about a lucky number, but the whole moving weight of chance and change that lifts and drops a human life. Wealth comes and goes. Health comes and goes. The people we love arrive and, one day, leave. Reputations rise and fall. Governments change hands. The wheel turns and turns and turns. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. There is nothing you need to solve before morning. Now here is why this image matters for the hour you are in. When you lie awake bracing, what you are really doing is watching the wheel. You are watching the parts of your life that could be carried down. The health that could fail. The money that might not be enough. The person whose safety you cannot guarantee. The role that gives you your name in the world, which could one day be taken back. Your mind circles all of it, checking, counting, bracing, as if by watching closely enough you could keep the wheel from turning. But you cannot. That is the first hard thing Boethius makes us face, and strangely, it is also the beginning of the relief. You cannot stop the wheel. No one ever has. The richest man who ever lived could not stop it. The most careful, the most deserving, the most loved. The wheel is not broken when it turns against you. Turning is simply what it does. It was turning long before you climbed on, and it will turn long after. There was a Roman who came a few centuries before Boethius, a man named Seneca, who saw the same thing and put it in a single sentence that has never lost its edge. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Sit with that for a moment. Most of the wheel's turnings that you brace against tonight will never happen, and the few that do will not arrive tonight in this bed where you are safe. You are suffering the turn in imagination ahead of time over and over, paying for losses that have not come and mostly never will. Let your jaw soften. Notice if you are holding it tight. Let it hang loose. Boethius knew this in his body, not just his mind. He had ridden the wheel all the way to the top. He had stood in the Roman Senate. He had watched his own 2 sons named to the highest office in the land on the same day, a day of such public glory that he could hardly believe his luck. And then the wheel turned, as it always does, and carried him all the way down to a cell with a stone floor and a locked door. So when he tells us not to be so afraid of the turning, he is not speaking as a man who was spared. He is speaking as a man who lost more suddenly than most of us ever will, and who found in the losing that something in him could not be carried down with the rest. We are going to spend tonight finding that something. It is quieter than you would expect and closer than you would think. For now, just watch the wheel turn without trying to grab it. Let it turn. You are not on it right now. Right now, you are here, in the warm, dark breathing. The wheel turns whether or not you watch it. Tonight, you are allowed to look away. Chapter 3, A Prisoner in Pavia. To understand the calm at the end of his story, you have to sit for a while in the place where it was written. So let us go there gently, the way you would enter a room where someone is resting. The city was called Ticinum then. We call it Pavia now, a town in the north of Italy, not far from Milan. The year was somewhere around 523 or 524. And in a cell in that city, a man in his mid-40s sat with paper and waited to die. He had not always been a prisoner. Only months before, Boethius had been one of the most powerful men in Italy. He held the office they called Master of Offices, which meant he stood near the very centre of the government, close to the king himself. He had a great house in Rome, a library that was famous, a wife from one of the oldest families in the city, and 2 grown sons who had already been honoured beyond their years. If you had met him in the street in the year 522, you would have thought, here is a man the wheel has blessed. Let the pillow take the full weight of your head. You do not need to hold it up. The king he served was named Theodoric, a Goth, a warrior who had taken Italy and ruled it from the city of Ravenna. For a long time Theodoric governed well, and Roman and Goth lived together in an uneasy peace. But power grows suspicious as it ages. Rumours move through the court. A senator named Albinus was accused of writing secret letters to the emperor in the east in Constantinople, letters that could be read as treason. Boethius did something at that moment that tells you what kind of man he was. He stood up and defended Albinus. He said, in effect, that if Albinus was guilty, then he, Boethius, was guilty too, and so was the whole Senate. He meant it as a defense of his colleagues. His enemies heard it as a confession, and they had been waiting a long time for a reason to bring him down. The charges multiplied the way charges do when powerful people want a particular result. Treason, conspiracy. Even absurdly, that this most rational of men had practiced magic. He was not allowed to face his accusers. He was condemned largely in his absence by a court hundreds of miles away and carried off to Pavia to wait for the sentence to be carried out. Notice, if your mind has drifted to some accusation in your own life, some moment you were judged unfairly, that the drifting is fine, come back gently when you are ready. So here he is. The books are gone, the house is gone, the offices, the titles, the friends who used to fill his rooms, all gone. The wheel that lifted him so high has set him down in the dark, and there is a heaviness on him that anyone who has lain awake in fear would recognize at once. In the opening pages of his book, he describes himself as an old man before his time, his hair suddenly grey, tears he cannot stop, a mind clouded and turned toward the ground. This is important, so let it land softly. The most consoling book of the ancient world does not begin with consolation. It begins with a man at the very bottom, undone, bracing, exactly where you sometimes are at this hour. He did not start wise and calm. He started frightened. Everything he found on the way down and on the way through. That is why his voice can be trusted. He is not calling to you from a mountaintop where the air is easy. He is sitting next to you in the dark, having arrived there first. Rest here a moment, in the cell in Pavia, with the one lamp and the stone floor, and the man who is about to be visited by something that will change everything. The night is long, there is time. Chapter 4. The Man Who Had Everything. Before we watch him climb out, it is worth staying a little longer with how far he had to fall, because the height of the fall is part of what makes his calm so remarkable. Boethius was born into the Anici, one of the grandest families in Rome, a family so old and so distinguished that its name was a kind of fortune in itself. His father held the highest office in the state, the consulship, and then his father died while Boethius was still a boy, and here the first turn of the wheel touched him, though gently. He was taken in and raised by another great man, Seneca, who loved learning and loved the boy, and who would become the fixed point of Boethius's life. Let that image rest with you. A child who loses a father and is caught, held, raised by someone who chooses him. Not every fall is a disaster. Some of them land you in better hands than the ones you left. Feel the breath move in and out. You do not need to manage it. Boethius grew into something the late Roman world had almost stopped producing, a scholar of the first rank. He read Greek fluently, which by then was rare in the Latin West, and he conceived a project of enormous ambition. He would translate all of Plato and all of Aristotle into Latin, and he would show that these two great Greek minds, so often set against each other, were at heart in agreement. It was a labor meant to last his whole life and to carry Greek wisdom across the widening gap into the coming centuries. He did not finish it. The wheel saw to that. But he finished enough. His translations of Aristotle's works on logic became the textbooks of Europe for the next 700 years. When a student in a medieval university learned to reason, to define, to argue cleanly, he was learning it without knowing the name from the man in the cell at Pavia. Boethius built a bridge for learning to cross a dark age, and most of the people who walked over it never knew whose hands had laid the stones. He wrote on arithmetic and on music, believing that number and harmony were doorways into the order of the world. He believed deeply that the universe was not chaos but song, that beneath the noise of events there was a music holding everything in place. Hold on to that idea. It is going to matter enormously by the end of tonight, when the man who believed the world was music has every reason to believe it is only noise. And he served the state, as men of his family were expected to do. He became consul himself in the year 510. And in 522 came the day that must have felt like the top of the wheel, the day he could not have imagined improving on. His two sons were made consuls together, and Boethius, the proud father, gave the public address from his seat between them, with the whole city watching and cheering. If your own mind reaches now for the proudest day you ever had, let it. Hold the memory kindly. Notice that it is a little tender, the way high places always are. 2 years. That is all the distance there was between that day at the top and the cell at the bottom. 2 years between the cheering crowd and the locked door. He had done nothing to deserve the rise, not really, and he had done nothing to deserve the fall. The wheel simply turned, as it always does, and a man who had everything discovered how quickly everything becomes a memory. We tell his story not to frighten you with how fast it can go. You already know how fast it can go, which is part of why you are awake. We tell it because of what he found after the fall, in the place where you would expect to find only despair. He found a visitor waiting in the dark. And so, in a way, will you. Let the day go now. It has already gone. Only the night is here, and the night is kind. Chapter 5. The night the door closed. Let us stay in the cell a moment longer and be honest about how the book actually opens, because its honesty is the reason it can reach you. When we imagine a wise man in prison, we picture him already serene, sitting cross-legged, at peace with his fate. That is not how Boethius begins. He begins broken. In the first pages, he is writing miserable poetry, feeling sorry for himself, listing everything that has been done to him. He calls out to death and complains that death, which comes so readily to the happy, will not come to the wretched who long for it. He is, in plain terms, at the very bottom of himself. This should be a comfort to you, here in the dark. The wisest book about consolation was written by a man who, when it began, had none. He was not spared the descent. He went all the way down into it. And if you are somewhere down there tonight, you are in the exact place where his whole recovery started. Nothing has to be fixed before the healing can begin. The healing begins right where the hurt is. Let your hands rest open. Notice whether they were clenched. Let the fingers uncurl. Picture the scene as he describes it. He is at his writing table in the cell. The muses of poetry, the pretty spirits who inspire sad verses, are gathered around him, feeding his self-pity, helping him make his misery sound beautiful. He is, we might say, marinating in it, rehearsing the injustice, polishing his grief until it shines. Anyone who has lain awake at 3 a.m, composing the perfect speech about how unfairly they have been treated, knows this state exactly. The mind loves a wound it can keep describing. And then something shifts in the room. He becomes aware of a woman standing over him. She is tall, though her height seems to change as he looks, so that one moment she is of ordinary size and the next her head seems to touch the sky. Her clothing is fine but very old, woven by her own hands, and it is dusty with age and torn in places, as if people had ripped pieces from it over the years. On the hem is embroidered a Greek letter for the practical life, and at the collar another for the life of contemplation, and a ladder of steps runs between them. In one hand she holds book, in the other a scepter. This is Lady Philosophy. She is not a real woman. She is the figure of wisdom itself, and Boethius has conjured her out of the deepest and most trained part of his own mind to come and do for him what he cannot do for himself. That is worth pausing on. The visitor who saves him is, in the end, a part of him he had forgotten he still had. The help was inside the whole time, waiting to be called. Let that thought settle as you breathe. There is a steadier voice inside you than the frightened one that has been talking all night. It is quieter. It does not panic. You are going to hear from it before morning. The first thing Lady Philosophy does is not gentle. She looks at the little muses of self-pity crowded around his desk, and she drives them out. "Away with you," she says in effect. These theatrical women with their sweet poisons only make the sickness worse. She sends the sad, flattering voices out of the room because a man cannot begin to heal while he is still being encouraged to admire his own wound. Then she sits down beside him, and she looks at him for a long moment, and she says, in effect, "I know you. I raised you. How did you come to forget who you are?" We will follow that question tomorrow. For now, let the room grow quiet. The flattering voices have been sent away. Only the steady one remains, sitting beside you in the dark. Rest. The door has closed, but you are not alone in here. Chapter 6. A Visitor in the Cell. We should stay with this visitor because everything that heals him flows from her, and because she is a picture of something you carry inside you too. Lady Philosophy, as Boethius draws her, is old and young at once. Her face is full of life, and yet her eyes hold a depth that no single human lifetime could account for. Her robe, the one she wove herself, is the color of the deepest thought, and it has grown dusty because, she says, people have neglected her. And it is torn because, over the centuries, various people came along, each convinced they had grasped the whole of wisdom, and each ripped away a small piece of her garment and ran off, sure they now possessed all of her. She lets the tears remain. She does not chase them. There is a quiet lesson in that torn robe, and it is a restful one. No single person, no single school, no single argument holds all of wisdom. Everyone who has ever comforted you was holding a torn scrap of a much larger cloth. This is not a reason to despair. It is a reason to relax. You do not have to figure it all out tonight. You could not. The whole robe has never fit in any one pair of hands. Feel how the bed holds you. You are not holding yourself up. Something is holding you. She carries books in one hand, for she is learned, and a scepter in the other, for she has real authority, the authority of truth, which does not need an army to enforce it. And she begins to treat Boethius the way a good physician treats a patient who has collapsed. She does not start with the hardest medicine. You do not perform surgery on a man who has fainted. First, you must bring him back to himself. First, the gentle remedies, then the strong ones. This is how she works through the whole book, and it is worth knowing the shape of it, because it is the shape of tonight. She begins with the softest truths, the ones a frightened mind can accept, and only slowly, as he steadies, does she lead him toward the deep ones. She never rushes him. She never shames him for being afraid. She meets him exactly where he is, at the bottom, and she walks up with him one step at a time. Notice, if you can, that this is also how sleep comes. Not all at once. Not by force. You cannot command yourself to sleep any more than you can command the tide. It comes in stages, as the mind is coaxed down from its high, bracing watchfulness into something looser and lower. We are doing that now, you and I, the same way Lady Philosophy did it in the cell. Softest things first. Her first question to him is the one we ended on. She asks whether he remembers who he is. And when he answers weakly that of course he is a mortal man, she shakes her head, because that is not what she meant. He has given the small answer. She is asking the large question. Do you remember, she is saying, what a human being actually is, and what a human being is actually for, and where a human being's real safety was ever located? Because if you had remembered that, she tells him, you would not be this frightened. That is the heart of it, and we will spend the night unfolding it. Boethius is not suffering only because bad things have happened to him. He is suffering because, in the shock of the fall, he has forgotten something he once knew. He has misplaced himself. And the whole cure is not to get his old life back, which is impossible, but to help him remember the self that the wheel could never touch. Let your breathing lengthen a little. You do not have to remember anything tonight either. You only have to rest while the remembering does itself. The visitor is here. The lamp is steady. Somewhere in you, the calm voice has started to speak. Chapter 7, Lady Philosophy. Before she leads him down into the hard truths, Lady Philosophy spends a while simply steadying him, and we should let her steady us too, because the mind cannot receive anything difficult while it is still bracing. She begins by asking him to tell her what is wrong. This alone is a kind of medicine. She does not lecture the frightened man, she lets him speak, and Boethius pours it all out. The injustice, the false charges, the good he did that was repaid with ruin, the way his enemies prospered while he, who had served faithfully, sat in chains. He lists it all. the whole account of his mistreatment, and she lets him finish. If you have ever needed to say the whole thing out loud to someone before you could begin to calm down, you know why she lets him. The mind will not move on from a grievance it has not been allowed to voice. So say it, if you need to, silently, into the dark, whatever the wheel has done to you. Name it once, honestly, without polishing it. Then we can begin to set it down. Let your body grow heavier as you breathe out, each breath out a little heavier. When he has finished, she does not argue with his facts, she grants them. Yes, she says in effect, you have been treated unjustly. That much is true. But then she gently turns him toward the deeper trouble, which is not what has happened to him, but what has happened inside him. You have forgotten, she tells him, what the world is actually like, and what you are, and where good things really come from. Your pain is real, but it has grown enormous because you are seeing it in the wrong light, in the dark, alone, without the map you used to carry. She puts a hand to his chest in the image she uses and finds that the fire is not out. There is still a spark of the true self in him, buried under the ash of grief. Good, she says. There is something here to work with. You have not been entirely carried away. And then she begins, very slowly, to blow on that spark. Her first real teaching is about fortune, and it is the one we most need at this hour, so we will spend the coming chapters there. But tonight, in this chapter, let us stay with the simple fact of what she is doing, because it is what the calm voice inside you is trying to do as well. She is reminding him that he is not only the sum of his circumstances. When everything was taken, it felt as though he had been taken, as though the loss of his goods was the loss of himself. That is the great confusion of the frightened hour. You feel that if the things you are braced to protect were lost, there would be nothing left of you. And Lady Philosophy's entire work is to show him and us that this is not so. There is a self that the wheel does not reach, there is a center that no accusation can condemn and no prison can hold. He has simply forgotten where it is. Notice right now that you are more than the list of things you are worried about. Under the worry, there is the one who is worrying, and that one is calm enough at this moment to be listening to a voice describe an old book. That listener is not in danger tonight. That listener is lying safe in a bed in the dark. The worries are like weather passing over a mountain. You have been mistaking yourself for the weather. You are the mountain. Let that be enough for now. We do not have to prove it tonight. We only have to rest against it. The lamp burns on in the cell. The visitor draws her chair a little closer, and the man who had forgotten who he was begins faintly to remember. Breathe. Remember nothing. Just breathe. Chapter 8. The Man Who Forgot Who He Was. There is a particular sentence Lady Philosophy says to Boethius early on that I want to plant in your mind tonight and return to much later, near the end, when we are almost asleep. She says in effect that he is not being crushed by his misfortune, he is being crushed by having forgotten himself. Hold that, we will come back to it. Because this is the quiet diagnosis at the center of the whole book, and it may be the quiet diagnosis at the center of your sleepless hour as well. The trouble is not only that hard things happen, the trouble is that when they happen, or when we brace against them happening, we forget who we are. And in the forgetting, the fear grows teeth it would not otherwise have. Let me show you what he had forgotten, because you may have forgotten the same thing. Feel the mattress beneath you. Let it take your full weight. There is nothing to carry right now. Boethius, before the fall, would have told you that he knew where happiness came from. He was a philosopher. He had read Plato. He knew, in theory, that a human being's deepest good is not in wealth or office or reputation. He could have given a fine lecture on it. But knowing a thing in the daylight, when you have everything, is very different from knowing it in the dark, when it has all been stripped away. When the wheel turned, all his fine theory fell out of his hands, and he grabbed instead for the things everyone grabs for, and found them gone and despaired. He had, in other words, been living with his safety in the wrong place. He had let his sense of himself rest on things the wheel controls: his name in the city, his standing at court, his comfort, his freedom, his reputation among men. And so, when the wheel turned, it did not just take his possessions, it took his floor. He had built the house of himself on the one part of the ground that moves, and when it moved, the whole house came down. This is the thing to sit with tonight, gently, without scolding yourself. Ask, softly, in the dark, where have I been keeping my sense of myself? On what have I been standing? Because much of the bracing you feel is the body's knowledge that you are standing on something that can be taken. If your peace depends entirely on your health staying good, then every twinge is an earthquake. If it depends on a certain person never leaving, then every silence is a threat. If it depends on the number in an account, or the role you play, or the way others see you, then you are standing on the wheel itself, and no wonder you cannot sleep. You can feel it turning under your feet. Lady Philosophy does not shame Boethius for this. She treats it as an illness, not a sin, and an illness that almost everyone catches. The whole human world, she suggests, is a great crowd of people who have forgotten who they are, chasing pieces of a happiness they have misplaced, grabbing at the spokes of the wheel and crying out when it turns. He is not uniquely foolish. He is beautifully ordinary, and so are we. But there is a self underneath the forgetting. That is the promise she makes, and the promise we are following tonight. Underneath the man who held the office, there was a man. Underneath the man with the great library, there was a mind that had read those books and been changed by them and could not be unchanged by any court. The wheel could take everything he had. It could not, it turned out, take everything he was. There was a part of him standing on ground that does not move, and he had simply forgotten to stand there. Here is the first of 3 things I'm going to ask you to keep loosely in the back of your mind as we drift through the night. We will pick each of them up again later. The first is this question, and you do not need to answer it now. What in you is standing on ground that does not move? Let the question float there, unanswered, like a small light left on in another room. We will come back for it. For now, let it be enough to know that the man in the cell, who had forgotten himself so completely that he wanted to die, was about to be led, step by patient step, back to the part of him that could not be imprisoned. And the first step on that path is to look clearly and without flinching at the wheel of fortune, and to hear fortune herself speak in her own defense. That is where we will go next. For now, rest. You are standing, whether you feel it or not, on something that does not move. Sleep is closer than it was. Let it come when it comes. Chapter 9, the first thing she told him. When Lady Philosophy finally turns to the heart of the medicine, she does not begin by telling Boethius that his losses do not matter. That would be a lie, and she does not lie. She begins instead by asking him to look honestly at the thing he is grieving, which is fortune, and to see it clearly for the first time. You are weeping, she says in effect, because fortune has turned against you. But tell me, when did fortune ever promise to stay? Look back at the whole of your life with her. She came to you as a stranger. She was never yours by right. She lifted you higher than most men ever go, and she asked no permission when she did it, and she gave no guarantee about how long she would stay. If she is leaving now, she is only doing the one thing she always told you by her very nature that she would eventually do. Let the words move slowly through you as you breathe. There is no hurry to understand. Understanding will come on its own, the way sleep does. This is a strange and bracing kind of comfort, and it is worth sitting with, because it is very different from the comfort we usually reach for. We usually try to soothe a frightened person by promising that the bad thing will not happen. Do not worry, we say. It will be fine, you will not lose it. Lady Philosophy does not do that. She will not promise Boethius that the wheel will turn back and lift him again, because it might not. And she will not build his peace on a lie. Instead, she does something deeper. She helps him see that the thing he is clinging to was, by its own nature, never the kind of thing a person could safely hold. Think of it this way. If you lend someone a lamp for the evening, and at the end of the evening you take the lamp back, you have done them no wrong. The light was always alone. They enjoyed it while it was there. To weep over the lamp being reclaimed as though it had been stolen would be to misunderstand what alone is. Fortune, Lady Philosophy says, deals in loans. Every good thing she brings on the understanding that it may be recalled. The wealth, the position, the comfort, even the years themselves. Loaned, not given. Enjoyed, not owned. Now, you might feel the coldness in this, and it is worth naming. It can sound at first like being told not to love anything, not to hold anything dear, to keep the whole world at arm's length so that nothing can hurt you when it goes. But that is not what she means, and it is not where the night is taking us. She is not asking Boethius to stop loving. She is asking him to stop being surprised. There is a great difference. You can love the lamplight fully, warmly, gratefully, and still know in a calm corner of yourself that it is light on loan. The knowing does not cool the love, it cools the panic. Notice your breath again. Notice that it too is alone, arriving and leaving, and that you have never once had to own a single breath to enjoy it. It comes, it goes, another comes. You are not managing it, you are receiving it. This is the first thing she told him, and it is the first thing I want to leave with you tonight. The bracing that keeps you awake comes largely from a sense that what you have is yours, that it belongs to you, that losing it would be a theft, a violation, an outrage against the order of things. Lady Philosophy quietly reframes the whole picture. What you have was never so tightly yours as that. It came to you, you did not manufacture it. And so, its leaving whenever it comes is not the universe wronging you, it is the light returning to where light goes. A man who understands this does not stop caring about his life, but he stops standing guard over it all night with a clenched jaw, as though by sheer vigilance he could keep the loan from ever being recalled. He can let the guard down, he can sleep, because the outcome was never in his keeping anyway, and the exhausting watch he was keeping never held the wheel still for even one moment. Let your own guard down, just a little now. The things you are watching over will be there in the morning, or they will not, and your watching tonight changes neither. Set the watch down. Let the loan be a loan. Rest. Nothing you love is safer for your being awake. Chapter 10. The Wheel and Its Mistress. Lady Philosophy does something bold in the middle of consoling Boethius. She stops speaking in her own voice and lets Fortune herself speak. She imagines Fortune standing up to answer the man who is accusing her, and she gives Fortune a speech in her own defense. It is one of the most famous passages in the book, and it belongs at the center of our night. So let us hear it, softly, as if Fortune herself had come into the cell to explain herself to the weeping man. Let your eyes rest closed. You do not need them for this. Just listen. Fortune says, in effect, "Why do you blame me, mortal, as though I had wronged you? What have I actually taken that was ever yours? When you were born, you came into the world naked and with nothing. I found you helpless, and I clothed you in my gifts. I raised you. I surrounded you with wealth and honor and every pleasant thing. And now that I choose to draw my hand back, you cry out as though I had robbed you, when in truth I am only taking back what was always mine to lend. This is my nature," she says. "This is the game I never stop playing. I turn the wheel. I lift the low and I lower the high, and I do it without malice and without favor, because turning is simply what I am. If you wanted something that would not turn, you should never have climbed onto a wheel. You knew, or you should have known, what I was when you accepted my gifts. Did you think I gave you the top of the wheel to keep? No one keeps the top of the wheel. That is not cruelty. That is the shape of the thing. Feel the mattress under you, steady and unmoving. Not everything turns. Some things hold you up while you rest. The bed is not on the wheel. Your breath is not on the wheel. The one who is listening is not on the wheel. There is something clarifying in letting Fortune speak for herself like this, because it takes the personal sting out of the loss. When we suffer a reversal, we feel singled out. Why me? Why now? What did I do? It feels like a verdict, a punishment aimed at us by name, and Fortune's speech dissolves that. She is not aiming at you. She never aims at anyone. She is not even looking at you. She turns the same way for everyone, the beloved and the wicked, the careful and the careless, the deserving and the undeserving, all lifted and lowered by the same indifferent motion. Your loss is not a message. It is weather. It is the wheel doing the only thing the wheel does. Now hold both halves of this at once, because they balance each other. The first half sounds harsh. Fortune owes you nothing and will take back everything. But the second half is where the comfort hides. If Fortune's turning is not aimed at you, then it is not a judgment on you. You are not being punished. You did not fail some test that the fortunate passed. The man carried down is no worse than the man carried up. He is only, at this moment, on the other side of the wheel. And that means the shame you may feel about your losses, the private sense that they prove something bad about you, is misplaced. The wheel proves nothing about the people it carries. It only proves that it is a wheel. There is a strange dignity that comes to a person who truly absorbs this. They stop reading their misfortunes as a report card. They stop lying awake asking, what is wrong with me that this happened? They understand that the wheel turned and that it turns for everyone and that their worth was never written in their position on it. Let that lift a small weight off you now, in the dark. Whatever has been carried down in your life, it is not a verdict on you. It is the wheel. And whatever remains at the top, that is not a reward you must exhaust yourself to defend. It is the wheel too, and it will do as it does, with or without your worry. Rest under that. You are not being judged tonight. You are only being turned like everyone, and right now, in this moment, you are exactly where you need to be, which is here, breathing, safe. Chapter 11, What Fortune Actually Promised. Let us stay with Fortune's speech, because there is one more turn in it that goes deeper than the first, and it is the kind of thought that loosens the grip of a sleepless mind. After Fortune has reminded Boethius that her gifts were only ever loans, she makes a further point, almost mischievous. She says, "Consider that my changing is the very thing that still leaves you room for hope. If the wheel could stop, if Fortune could be fixed in place, then yes, the fortunate would be safe forever, but the unfortunate would be doomed forever. It is precisely because I keep turning that no low place is permanent. The same motion you are cursing tonight, because it carried you down, is the only reason anyone ever rises. You cannot have a wheel that lifts but never lowers. Turning is one motion, not two. Let your breath go long and slow, in and out. The turning of small things all night, keeping you alive without your effort. There is real medicine in this for the bracing hour, and it is subtle, so let us take it slowly. Part of what makes the night so heavy is the feeling of permanence. When you are low, it does not feel like a phase of a turning wheel. It feels like the final state of things, the way it will always be from now on. The mind at 3 a.m. has no sense of time. It presents the current darkness as eternal. This is a trick of the hour, not a truth about your life. and fortune's own logic breaks the trick. If everything turns, then this too will turn. The very changeability you fear, the fact that nothing holds still, is also the fact that nothing holds still against you. The heaviness you feel tonight is not the permanent shape of your life. It is a position on a wheel that has never once, in the whole history of the world, stopped moving. Whatever is pressing on you now is, by its own nature, already on its way to becoming something else. This is not a promise that your particular troubles will resolve in the particular way you want. Lady Philosophy is too honest for that, and so are we. The wheel might not lift back exactly what it lowered. But the deeper point stands. No state is final. The mind that tells you this is how it will always be is simply wrong about the mechanics of the world. Nothing is how it will always be. Everything is mid-turn. Notice, if you can, that even your own wakefulness tonight is mid-turn. It feels, right now, as though you will never drop off, as though the alertness is permanent, as though you will lie here braced until the light comes. But you know from every other night that this is not true. Sleep has always come, eventually, on every night of your life. The wakefulness is turning too. You are not required to end it. You only have to let the wheel carry you, as it always has, down into rest. There is an old counsel, older than Boethius, from the Stoic teacher Epictetus, who said that we should make the best use of what is in our power and take the rest as it comes. That is the posture Fortune's speech is training. There is a small circle of things in your power, and a vast turning world of things that are not, and peace lives in learning, without bitterness, which is which. Tonight, almost nothing is in your power. You cannot fix the accusation, mend the loss, guarantee the morning, or force yourself to sleep. And so, tonight, of all nights, is a night to take what comes, to stop pushing against the wheel, and to let the turning be the turning. Let your hands lie still. Let the wheel turn. It is carrying you, right now, gently downward, toward the place where the bracing finally lets go. Rest. This too is turning. This too will pass into sleep. Chapter 12. The Things That Were Never Yours. Lady Philosophy, having let Fortune speak, now takes Boethius by the hand and walks him through the gifts one by one, the things he is grieving. And she asks a simple question of each. Was this ever really yours? And did it ever really make you happy? We are going to walk that same slow path over the next while, gift by gift, because naming them quietly in the dark is one of the most settling things a person can do. Feel the weight of your body sink another degree into the bed as we begin. There is nothing to defend here. This is only looking. Start with the largest and vaguest of them, the sense of security itself, the feeling of having a solid place in the world. Boethius had it completely. He was a great man in a great city, known, respected, established, and Lady Philosophy asks him to notice that this feeling of security, however solid it seemed, was made entirely of things outside himself, things held in other people's opinions and other people's power. His security lived in the court's favour, in the king's mood, in the loyalty of men who, it turned out, would abandon him the moment the wheel turned. It felt like a fortress. It was made of weather. This is worth sitting with, because your own sense of security, the thing whose absence keeps you braced at night, may be built of similar material. Ask gently, the safety I am trying to protect, where does it actually live? If it lives in a number that markets can move, or in the goodwill of people who might change, or in a body that will age no matter what I do, or in a role that could be reassigned, then no wonder it does not let me rest. I have located my safety in the turning part of the world, and some deep animal part of me knows it, and stands guard all night over something that cannot be guarded. Let your shoulders drop away from your ears. You do not have to guard anything in this room. Then there is reputation, the way we are seen, the name we have in the mouths of others. Boethius had a great name, and it was destroyed by lies, and the injustice of that burned in him. Lady Philosophy does not pretend the lies were fair, but she asks him to consider how strange a possession a reputation is. It does not live in you at all. It lives entirely in the minds of other people, minds you do not control, minds that can be turned by a rumor, minds that will, in any case, soon enough, be dust themselves. To hang your peace on your reputation is to hang it in a house you do not own, whose owners can rearrange it at any time, and which will one day be torn down entirely. There is a freedom hidden in that hard fact, and you can feel a little of it now. If your good name lives in other people's heads, then it was never fully in your keeping, which means keeping it was never truly your job. You can put down the exhausting work of managing how everyone sees you. You will not succeed at it anyway. No one ever has. Even the most famous names in history are misremembered, argued over, forgotten by most, and the people who bear them are long past caring. The court of opinion is always in session and always wrong, and you are permitted tonight to stop attending. Notice how much of the mind's nighttime work is exactly this: managing an imaginary audience, rehearsing what you will say, how you will be judged, what they will think. Lady Philosophy's question quietly empties the courtroom. The audience you are performing for is not even watching. Most of them are asleep. You can stop the performance. There is no one here but you, and the calm voice, and the dark. We will keep walking through the gifts. But feel already how the pile grows lighter as we name each one, and see that it was only ever alone, only ever weather, only ever held in hands that were never fully yours. There is less to carry than you thought. There is less to guard than you thought. Rest. The things that were never yours cannot be lost by you. Let them be. Chapter 13, Seneca and the Suffering We Invent. Let us pause the walk through fortune's gifts to bring in another voice, because Boethius did not think alone, and neither should we. He stood at the end of a long line of thinkers who had looked hard at fear, and the wisest of them agreed on something that can quiet a racing mind at once. The voice is Seneca, a Roman who lived about 400 years before Boethius, a man who himself knew the turning of the wheel intimately. Seneca had been fabulously wealthy, an advisor to an emperor, and he too was eventually condemned to death by the very power he had served. He knew from the inside what it was to have everything and then to be ordered to die. And Seneca left us one sentence that belongs on the wall of every sleepless room. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Let that sentence rest in you as you breathe. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Think about what he is actually claiming, because it is precise, not vague comfort. He is not saying that real suffering does not exist. Seneca knew perfectly well that it does. He is making a narrower and more useful point. He is saying that if you added up all the suffering in a human life, the great majority of it happened in the mind, in advance, imagining things that then did not occur, or occurred differently, or occurred but were survivable in ways the imagination never allowed for. The mind runs the disaster 100 times. Reality, if it comes at all, runs it once, and usually with details the mind never predicted, and usually with a strength you did not know you had. The hour you are in is the workshop where this imaginary suffering is manufactured. During the day, reality keeps interrupting the mind, giving it actual things to deal with, and actual things are almost always more manageable than imagined ones, because they come with resources, with next steps, with other people, with the plain fact of your own competence. But at night, the interruptions stop. The mind is left alone with the raw material of fear and unlimited time, and it builds. It builds the diagnosis. It builds the argument. It builds the empty account, the failing body, the funeral, the ruin. It builds, and none of it is happening, and all of it hurts. Seneca's counsel, and Boethius is after him, is not to command the mind to stop building, which never works. It is to notice, calmly, which realm you are in. Am I suffering something, or am I imagining something? Is this happening in the room or in the workshop? Almost always, at this hour, the honest answer is the workshop. And simply seeing that, naming it, saying quietly to yourself, this is imagination, not reality, takes a surprising amount of the weight out of it. The fear does not fully vanish, but it loses its costume. It stops being the future and becomes what it is, a picture made by a tired mind in the dark. Feel your actual body in the actual bed. This is reality. The warmth of the blanket, the weight of your limbs, the small sounds of the house, the breath. This is what is real right now, and none of it is an emergency. Everything that frightens you tonight is somewhere else, in a time that does not exist yet, built out of nothing by a mind that is only trying, clumsily, to keep you safe. Thank the mind, if you like. It means well. It is an old guard dog that no longer knows the difference between a real intruder and a shadow on the wall, and it barks at both all night, trying to protect you. You do not need to hate it for barking. You only need to walk to the window, look out, and see that there is no one there. Then you can call the dog back to the fire and lie down and rest. There is a deeper version of this that reaches all the way down to the fear beneath every other fear, the fear of death itself. And it was named most clearly by a Greek who lived before Seneca and before Boethius, a man called Epicurus. He taught in a garden outside Athens, and he left a line that has quieted frightened minds for more than 2,000 years. "Death is nothing to us," he wrote, "for when we are, death has not come, and when death has come, we are not." Sit with the strange comfort of that. The one thing we brace against most, the ending, is the one thing we will never actually experience as an event, because we will not be there for it. All our dread of it is, in the purest sense, imagination, a suffering we rehearse over something we can never be present to undergo. Even here, at the very bottom of the fear, the mind is frightening itself with a picture, and the picture is not the thing. Let your breath move on its own, that quiet proof of a body that knows how to keep itself going without your worry. You do not have to manage even this. Reality, right now, is a safe, dark room. Stay here with me. In reality, where nothing is wrong, rest. The rest of it is only imagination, and imagination cannot touch you here. Chapter 14. The inventory at 2 in the morning. There is a specific thing the mind does at this hour that deserves its own chapter, because once you see it clearly, it loosens. Boethius, in his cell, would have known it well. We might call it the inventory. It goes like this. You are lying in the dark, and the mind begins, without being asked, to take stock. It counts. It counts what you owe and what is owed to you. It counts the tasks undone, the calls unmade, the apologies unspoken. It counts the money, the years, the mistakes. It runs down the list of everyone you might disappoint and everything that might go wrong, tallying, as though preparing an account for some auditor who will arrive at dawn. It feels urgent. It feels responsible, even as though the counting were a duty, as though to stop counting would be careless. Let your breath slow as we look at this together. In through the nose, out through the mouth, slow. Here is the truth about the inventory, and Lady Philosophy would have told it to Boethius plainly. The mind is not actually doing math at 2 in the morning. It cannot be. You cannot balance a real account in the dark, exhausted, with no papers and no daylight and no ability to act on anything you find. The counting produces no answers and moves no task forward. So, what is it really doing? It is not calculating, it is trying to feel in control. The inventory is the mind's way of gripping the wheel, of running its hands over every spoke to reassure itself that nothing has moved. It is bracing, dressed up as responsibility. And you can tell it is not real accounting by a simple sign. Real accounting ends. You finish, you close the book, you know where you stand. The inventory never ends. You reach the bottom of the list, and the mind simply returns to the top and begins again, because its purpose was never to finish. Its purpose was to keep gripping. A task that never completes is not a task. It is a compulsion wearing the mask of a task. So tonight, when the inventory begins, you might try what the old philosophers taught, which is not to fight it, but to see it. Ah, you might say to yourself, the counting has started. This is the mind reaching for the wheel again. There is nothing to add up right now. There is no auditor coming at dawn. Whatever is truly owed can be attended to in the daylight, with papers and a clear head, in the small circle of things that are actually in my power. It does not need to be counted now. It cannot be paid now. The night is not for accounts. Feel how the body wants to relax the moment the counting is set down, even for a breath. Notice that the tightness in the chest, the low hum of urgency, is connected to the tallying, and that when the tallying pauses, the hum softens. The two go together. Put down the ledger, and the body begins, on its own, to unclench. Epictetus, the old Stoic, kept a phrase for exactly this. Some things are up to us, and some things are not. The whole of his teaching turns on sorting one from the other and refusing to spend your peace on the second pile. At 2 a.m, almost the entire inventory belongs to the second pile. It is not up to you tonight. Not the outcome, not the answer, not the morning. And the freedom he promised is the freedom of setting down what was never in your hands to begin with and discovering that the world does not fall apart when you stop holding it up all night. Set the ledger on the floor beside the bed. It will be there in the morning if you truly need it. You almost certainly will not. Let your hands, which have been holding it, open and rest empty on the blanket. There is nothing to count now. There is only this breath and the next one, and the slow turning of the night toward morning, which will arrive whether or not you tallied a single thing. Rest. The accounts can wait. They always could. Chapter 15. What you are really bracing for. We have named the wheel and the loans and the imaginary suffering and the endless inventory. Now, let us go one layer deeper and ask the question underneath all of it, the question Lady Philosophy is slowly walking Boethius toward. What are you really bracing for? Because the answer, when you find it, is smaller and quieter than the noise it makes. This is the second of the 3 things I asked you to keep loosely in mind. Let us pick it up now and turn it over. What is the bracing actually about? Let your body be heavy. Let the question be light. We are only looking, not solving. On the surface, you are bracing against specific losses. The illness, the money, the failure, the leaving. But watch what happens if you follow any one of them down. Under the fear of illness is the fear of decline, of losing your strength, of no longer being who you were. Under the fear of money is the fear of helplessness, of not being able to protect the people you love, of falling and having no floor. Under the fear of the person leaving is the fear of being alone, of a silence that does not end. And under all of them, if you go far enough, is one thing wearing many masks. The fear of loss itself. The fear that things you love can be taken and that you cannot stop it. And here is what Lady Philosophy helps Boethius see, and what can quietly change the whole shape of the night. That fear is true. Things you love can be taken, you cannot stop it. The bracing is not irrational. It is responding to a real feature of the world. The wheel does turn. Loss is real. So, the answer cannot be to convince yourself that loss will not come, because it will, to everyone, eventually. That road is a dead end, and some part of you knows it, which is why the reassurances never quite work at 3 a.m. You cannot lie your way to peace. The answer is the other direction entirely, and it is the direction the whole night has been quietly heading. If loss is built into everything the wheel touches, then peace cannot be found in preventing loss. It can only be found in locating some part of yourself, some good, that the wheel does not touch at all. Not by defending the loanable things more fiercely, but by discovering the thing that was never alone. That is the treasure Lady Philosophy is leading Boethius toward, and it is the reason a man in a cell, about to lose even his life, could end his book in peace rather than terror. He found the part of himself that his executioners could not reach, and once he was standing there, the bracing had nothing left to defend. We are not there yet, but feel even now the relief in the very shape of the idea. The exhausting project of the sleepless mind is to prevent all loss, to stand guard over everything loanable and keep the wheel from turning. It is an impossible job, and the body knows it is impossible, and that is much of why it cannot rest. But if the job were different, if the job were simply to remember where your untouchable good lives, and to rest your weight there, then the guard could stand down. There would be nothing to defend all night, because the real treasure was never in danger. Notice your breath once more. Here is a small image of the thing. Your breath comes and goes, arrives and leaves, and you do not brace against each exhale as a loss, because you trust, without thinking about it, that another breath will come. You rest in the coming and going itself, not in any single breath. There is a way of holding your whole life like that. Not clutching each thing as though it were the last, but resting in the deeper coming and going, trusting the source more than any single gift. We will find that source before the night is over. For now, let the question rest, half answered, glowing softly. What are you really bracing for? For loss. And loss cannot be prevented. So the bracing has, in truth, no job to do. Let it lie down beside you and rest too. Rest. There is a part of you nothing can take. We are almost to it. Chapter 16. The Gifts That Can Be Taken. Let us finish the walk through fortune's gifts, naming the last of them quietly, so that we can set the whole loanable pile down and turn in the chapters ahead toward the good that cannot be lost. There is a deep restfulness in this naming. Each thing we set down is one less thing to guard. Feel the bed beneath you, unmoving, patient. Let it hold you completely. We have looked at security, and at reputation. Boethius grieved also for his wealth, and Lady Philosophy asks him the plain question: did the wealth, while you had it, ever actually make you safe? On the contrary, she points out, the richer a man is, the more he has to guard, the more he fears thieves, the more advisors he needs, the more anxious his nights become. Poverty has its hardships, but the poor man does not lie awake fearing the loss of a fortune he does not have. Wealth does not remove fear. Very often it manufactures a new and finer grade of it. The thing men chase to feel safe becomes the thing they then lie awake protecting. You may know this in your own life. Notice whether the things you acquired to feel secure have quietly become new sources of worry. The house you love is also the house you fear losing. The savings that comfort you are also the numbers that frighten you when they dip. The people who are your greatest joy are also your greatest exposure, the ones whose safety you cannot control. This is not an argument against having any of it. It is only a clear-eyed noticing that these goods come bound to fears, that the gift and the dread arrive in the same package, and that no amount of the gift ever fully pays off the dread. Beyond a certain point, more does not buy less fear, it buys more to fear. Then there is power, high office, the ability to make things happen and to have others do your bidding. Boethius had reached nearly the top of that ladder, and Lady Philosophy asks him to notice how little the power protected him in the end. When the wheel turned, all his office did was make him a bigger target. The higher you climb on the wheel, the farther and more publicly you fall. The very thing that felt like control became, in a moment, the thing that could not be controlled at all, and that dragged others down with him. And pleasure, the simplest of the loans, the good feelings we chase. Lady Philosophy is not against joy, but she notes the strange arithmetic of pleasure pursued for its own sake, how it fades even as you hold it, how the anticipation is often sweeter than the having, how the moment you grasp it, it begins to slip, leaving a faint hunger for the next. Pleasure that is chased as the goal of life turns out to be a cup with a hole in it. You can pour and never fill it, and the pouring itself becomes a kind of exhaustion. So here they are, laid out in the dark, the whole family of fortune's gifts: security, reputation, wealth, power, pleasure. Every one of them real, every one of them enjoyable, every one of them worth having in its place. And every single one of them loanable, taken by the same wheel, unable to make you truly safe, and quietly bound to a fear that no amount of the gift ever pays off. This is what Boethius had built his life upon, and this is what the wheel took, and this is why the taking felt like the end of everything. But notice what Lady Philosophy is doing by naming them all. She is not leaving him with nothing, she is clearing the table. She is setting aside everything that could be lost, so that, in the cleared space, he can finally see the one thing that cannot. You cannot find the treasure that does not move, while your arms are full of treasures that do. So, first you set them down, gently, one by one, without bitterness, the way we have been doing tonight. And then, in the emptiness, something else becomes visible. That something is where we are going next. For now, rest in the cleared space. Your arms are empty. There is nothing in them to drop. And an empty hand, it turns out, is the only kind that can be opened to receive rest. We have set down everything that can be taken. What remains cannot be. Chapter 17. The broken pieces of one thing. Now Lady Philosophy makes a move that lifts the whole book to a higher place, and it is the move that will carry us the rest of the way toward rest. She looks at all those loanable gifts we have been setting down, and she says something surprising about them. She says they are not worthless, they are not lies. They are broken pieces of one true thing. Let your breath settle into a slow, even rhythm as we take this in. There is no effort required here, only listening. Here is her thought. Why do people chase wealth? Not for the metal itself, but because they believe it will make them secure, self-sufficient, in need of nothing. Why do they chase high office? Because they believe it will make them worthy of respect, significant, someone who matters. Why fame? To be known, to have their existence register in the world. Why pleasure? For joy, for gladness, for the feeling of life going well. And why power? For the sense of being able, of not being helpless. Now look at what people are actually reaching for underneath all these different chases. Self-sufficiency, respect and worth, to matter, joy, capability. And Lady Philosophy asks, are these really 5 different things, or are they 5 faces of one thing? Because a life that was truly complete would have all of them together, and not as separate possessions, but as aspects of a single fullness. The person who had the real thing would lack nothing, would be worthy of honor, would matter, would be glad, would be able. These are not 5 goals, they are one goal, seen from 5 angles. This is the insight that reorganizes everything. All those years Boethius spent climbing, all those years anyone spends chasing, the wealth and the standing and the name were not really about the wealth and the standing and the name. They were about a single underlying good that the chaser could not quite see, and so reached for in pieces, grabbing a fragment here and a fragment there, and always feeling, even at the top, that something was still missing, because something was. You cannot assemble a whole by collecting fragments. The person with all the money and none of the meaning knows this. The person with all the fame and none of the peace knows it. The pieces do not add up to the thing because the thing was never made of pieces. Feel in your own chest whether this is true to your experience. The moments you got what you were chasing, did they deliver the fullness you expected? Or was there, even in the getting, a faint sense that this was not quite it, that the real thing was still somewhere ahead? That faint sense is not a flaw in you, it is accurate. You were collecting fragments of a whole, and the fragments, however bright, could never become the whole. Notice your breath, coming and going, whole in itself, needing no addition. This is why the loss of the fragments, though painful, is not the catastrophe it feels like. If Boethius had believed that his wealth and office were the actual good, then losing them would indeed have been losing everything, and his despair in the cell would have been the simple truth of his situation. But they were never the actual good. They were pointers toward it, pieces broken off it, and losing the pieces, while it hurt, did not touch the whole they pointed to. The whole was still there, still available, still findable, even in a cell, even with empty hands. Especially with empty hands, because now, at last, there was room to see it. So the question changes. It is no longer, how do I protect my fragments from the wheel? It is, what is the whole thing that all my fragments were broken off of? And can I have that directly, without the fragments, in a way the wheel cannot reach? Lady Philosophy says yes. There is such a thing. Every human being is, in truth, reaching for it every moment of their lives, in every desire they have ever had, however confused. And it is closer than any of the fragments ever were. We will name it in the coming chapters, softly, without forcing it. For now, let it be enough to feel the ground shift a little. Your whole restless life of wanting has been, all along, a single want, wearing 1,000 costumes. And the thing you truly want is not out on the turning wheel at all. It never was. Rest in that and let the wanting grow quiet, because the wanted thing is nearer than the wanting knows. Rest. All your fragments were pointing home. We are following them there. Chapter 18. Where happiness was hiding. Lady Philosophy now leads Boethius toward the name of the whole thing, and she does it carefully. The way you would lead someone toward a light so as not to dazzle them. She calls it the highest good, the complete good, the good that lacks nothing. And she says that this is what every person has always meant by the word happiness, even when they were looking for it in all the wrong places. Let your body grow heavier as we approach this quietly. There is nothing to reach for. This is a settling, not a climbing. The word happiness has been worn thin in our time, so let us hear what Boethius meant by it, because it is not a mood. He did not mean the pleasant feeling that comes and goes with good news. He meant a state of completeness, a condition in which nothing essential is missing, in which the deep hunger of a human being is finally at rest. Not excitement, not a high, rest. The end of the reaching, the place where the wanting at last has nowhere left to go because it has arrived. And here is the crucial thing about this complete good, the feature that makes it different from every fragment. It cannot be taken. That is almost its definition. If a thing can be lost, then possessing it always comes with the fear of losing it. And that fear is a lack, a hole, an incompleteness. So a good that came with the fear of losing it could not be the complete good, because the fear itself would be something missing. Only a good that cannot be lost can be truly complete, because only such a good comes without the shadow of its own ending. The real happiness, if it exists at all, must be the kind that no wheel can turn away. Feel how much rests on this. The whole exhausting labor of the sleepless mind is the labor of trying to make an unlosable good out of losable things. Trying to build permanent safety out of health, which fades, or wealth, which moves, or people who leave, or standing, which shifts. It cannot be done, and the body's endless bracing is the felt knowledge that it cannot be done. But if there is a good that was unlosable to begin with, then resting your weight on that good would mean the bracing had nothing to do. You would be holding something that could not be taken, and so there would be nothing to guard, and so at last you could sleep. Where is such a good hidden? Lady Philosophy's answer unfolds slowly across the rest of the book, and we will follow it. But she gives Boethius an early clue, and it is one you can feel the truth of right now. She points inward. The complete good is not out on the wheel among the things you acquire. It is nearer than that. It has to do with what you are, not what you have. The parts of Boethius that the prison could not touch, his mind, his understanding, his capacity to love the truth and to rest in it, these were never on the wheel at all. They were his in a way the office and the wealth never were, and they were the doorway to the good that cannot be lost. You have felt the edge of this yourself on your best nights, when for a moment the wanting went quiet, not because you got something, but because you stopped needing to. An evening when nothing was acquired and nothing was proven, and yet something in you was, briefly, complete. Sitting somewhere ordinary, watching the light change, and feeling, without reason, that nothing was missing. That was not the wheel giving you a gift. That was you, for a moment, standing in the place where the complete good lives, the place that was yours all along, under the noise of the wanting. We are going to walk you back to that place tonight, slowly, and leave you there to sleep. It is not far. It was never far. It only felt far because you were looking outward, along the turning wheel, when it was waiting quietly at the still center where you actually are. Rest. Happiness was never out there where you lost it. It was in here, where you cannot. Chapter 19, the one thing everyone is really after. Let us stay a while with this idea that all people, in everything they chase, are really after a single good, because it is a thought that makes the whole restless human world suddenly tender and understandable, including the part of it that is you lying awake. Breathe slowly. Let the thought be a warm one, not a demanding one. Lady Philosophy tells Boethius that no one in all of history has ever wanted anything except happiness, the complete good. This sounds like an overstatement until you test it. Think of anything a person pursues. They pursue money, but if you ask why, they say for security or comfort or freedom, and if you ask why they want those, eventually they say, because I want to be well, I want my life to go well, I want to be at peace. Think of anyone doing anything and follow their why far enough, and you always arrive at the same place. They are trying to be well. They are trying to arrive at a state where things are, finally, all right. Everyone is walking toward the same door, even when they are walking in opposite directions. This is worth resting in, because it dissolves a lot of the loneliness and judgment that thicken the night. The people you envy, the ones who seem to have what you lack, are not enemies who won the thing you lost. They are fellow travelers reaching, as clumsily as you, for the same completeness, and mostly not finding it either, and mostly lying awake too, braced against their own turning wheels. The person at the top of the wheel is not at peace. He is bracing harder, because he has more to lose. Almost no one has the thing. Almost everyone is reaching. The whole human crowd is one great reaching in the dark toward a good that most of them are looking for in exactly the place it cannot be found. There is compassion in seeing this, and compassion is restful. The mind at night often hardens, comparing, resenting, measuring itself against others, and coming up short. But if everyone is reaching for the same thing, and almost no one has it, then the comparison collapses. You are not behind. There is no race, because the finish line everyone imagines, the pile of fragments that finally equals the whole, does not exist. The people who seem ahead are chasing a mirage a little faster than you, that is all. You can stop running. The thing you actually want was never at the end of the running, and there is something even gentler here. If every desire you have ever had was, underneath, a desire for the complete good, then your desires were never as foolish or as shameful as the night sometimes makes them feel. The thing you wanted too much, the thing you are embarrassed to have chased, was, at its root, a reaching for wholeness. It was aimed a little wrong, it landed on a fragment, but its origin was true. You were never greedy, exactly. You were homesick, and you knocked on the wrong doors. That is a thing to forgive in yourself, easily, tonight. Feel your breath, that quiet coming and going, which asks for nothing and reaches for nothing and is, in itself, already complete. So here you are, one of the whole reaching crowd, and for tonight you can stop reaching, because the reaching was always toward a good that reaching cannot reach. It is not seized, it is not acquired. It is not at the top of any wheel. It is more like something you settle into when you finally stop trying to grab it, like sleep, which flees the harder you chase it and arrives the moment you stop. The complete good and sleep are cousins that way. Both come to the one who lets go. Let go, then, not of anything you love, only of the reaching. The thing you are reaching for is already here, holding you, in the dark, as the reaching quiets. Rest. Everyone is looking for the same peace. Tonight, you are allowed to have found it. Chapter 20. The Good That Cannot Be Lost. We have circled it long enough. Let us walk to the center now, quietly, and name the good that cannot be lost, in the way Boethius found it, so that you can rest your full weight on it as the night deepens. Let your whole body soften. This is the still point we have been walking toward. Lady Philosophy leads Boethius to see that the complete good, the happiness that lacks nothing and cannot be taken, is not a possession at all. It is closer to a place you stand than a thing you hold. And the place is this: the alignment of your own mind with what is true and unchanging. When Boethius understood something true, that understanding was his in a way nothing else ever was. No one could confiscate it. No court could revoke it. No turn of the wheel could reach into his mind and unmake what he knew and loved. In the cell, stripped of everything, he still had this. He could still think. He could still love the truth. He could still rest his mind on the order of things. And that resting was the doorway to a peace the executioners could not touch. This is not as abstract as it sounds. You have your own version of it. and you can feel it tonight. There is a difference between the parts of your life that live out on the wheel in the world of having and the parts that live in here in the world of being. Your possessions are out there. Your reputation is out there. Your circumstances are out there, all turning, but your capacity to understand, to love, to choose how you meet what comes, to rest your attention on what is true, these are in here, and the wheel does not reach in here unless you hand it the key. Boethius's whole recovery was the discovery that he had been handing the wheel the key, letting his inner peace depend on his outer fortune, and that he could simply stop. He could withdraw his happiness from the turning world and rest it on the unturning center, which was his all along. There is an old teaching from the Stoics, whom Boethius had read deeply, that a person's inner citadel cannot be stormed from outside. The world can take your body, your goods, your freedom, even your life. It cannot take your assent, the innermost movement of your own mind, unless you surrender it. Epictetus, who had himself been a slave, who knew better than most what it was to have his outer life entirely in another's hands, taught that the one thing no master could command was his judgment, his inner yes and no, and that in that one small, unconquerable room a man could be free even in chains. Boethius, in his chains, walked into that room and found it exactly as promised, unstormed, his. Feel your way toward your own version of that room right now. Underneath everything you are braced to protect, there is a place where you simply are, aware, present, resting. It is not your body, though it lives there. It is not your circumstances, though it watches them. It is the quiet awareness that is reading these words, that is feeling the breath that was here before tonight's worries and will be here after them. That awareness is not on the wheel. Nothing that happened today reached it. Nothing that might happen tomorrow can reach it here, in this moment. It is the still center, and it is where you actually live, and it cannot be lost, because it is not a thing you have. It is the one you are. Rest there now, not in the things, in the one who has them, or has lost them, and remains. That one is safe tonight. That one has always been safe. Let your weight down onto it, the way you let your body down onto the bed, and feel it hold, rest. You have found the floor that does not move. Sleep can come now. Chapter 21. Epictetus and What is in your hands. Let us stay with the Stoics a little longer, because Boethius stood on their shoulders, and one of them in particular has a way of settling the mind at night that is worth carrying with you. His name was Epictetus. He lived about 400 years before Boethius, and his life was the opposite of privileged. He was born a slave in the eastern part of the Roman world and served in the household of a powerful man in Rome. There is an old story that his master once twisted his leg for cruelty or sport, and that Epictetus said calmly, "You will break it," and when it broke, said only, "There I told you so. The story may be polished by legend, but it points at the man he had learned, from the inside of powerlessness, where a person's real freedom lives. Let your breath slow as you take him in and out. Nothing to grip. Epictetus taught one thing above all, and if you take only one idea from tonight into your sleep, this could be the one. Some things are up to us, he said, and some things are not. Up to us are our own judgments, our own choices, the inner movements of our will, the way we meet what happens. Not up to us are our bodies, our possessions, our reputations, the actions of others, the turning of the wheel. And nearly all human misery, he taught, comes from confusing the two, from staking our peace on the things that are not up to us, and then suffering when they do what they were always going to do. The freedom he offered was not the freedom to control your life. No one has that, not the emperor, not the slave. It was the freedom that comes from ceasing to try, from drawing a clear line between the small circle of what is truly yours to move and the vast turning world that is not, and pouring your care into the first while meeting the second with an open hand. Make the best use of what is in your power, he said, and take the rest as it comes. That is the whole of it. Tend your garden, which is your own mind and your own choices, and let the weather be the weather. Bring this to the bed with you now, to the actual situation of this hour. What tonight is truly up to you. Not the outcome you are braced against, not the health of the people you love, not the decision that will come tomorrow. Not even directly whether you fall asleep, since sleep, like a shy animal, comes only when you stop chasing it. Almost nothing that the mind is gripping tonight is in the small circle of what is up to you. And Epictetus would say, then let it go, not because you do not care, but because caring about what you cannot move is simply pain with no purpose, a tax you pay for nothing. What is in the small circle tonight is very little and very gentle. Whether you let your body rest, whether you meet this hour with softness or with fighting, whether you keep, for one more breath, your attention on the calm center rather than the turning wheel, that is all. That is the whole of your work tonight, and it is easy work, the easiest there is. Everything else, the whole vast turning remainder, you are permitted, even commanded by wisdom, to set down. Feel how the body responds to being given so little to do. The shoulders, told they need not hold up the world, begin to drop. The jaw, told it need not clench against tomorrow, begins to loosen. The mind, told that almost nothing is its job tonight, begins at last to grow quiet. This is the gift the old slave left for every sleepless person who came after him. You are responsible for so much less than you have been carrying. Set the rest down. It was never in your hands. Rest. Only the small circle is yours tonight, and the small circle asks only that you rest. Chapter 22. The prisoner begins to remember. If you have drifted these last few minutes, that is good. That is exactly right. And you can let these words find you wherever you are. If you are still here, listening, let us return to the cell in Pavia. because something is changing in the man there, and it is the thing we have been waiting for. Let your breath be slow and deep. We are near the turning of the whole story. Remember how Boethius began, broken, weeping, an old man before his time, his mind clouded and bent toward the ground, so lost in his misfortune that he had forgotten who he was. That was the diagnosis Lady Philosophy gave at the start, and I asked you to hold it, and to hold with it a question about yourself. Now we watch the cure take hold, because slowly, across their long conversation, the prisoner begins to remember. You can see it in how he answers her. At the start, his replies are short, bitter, sunk in grief. He can barely follow her. But as she leads him, step by patient step, through the nature of fortune and the fragments and the complete good, his answers lengthen, quicken, brighten. He starts to see it. He starts, here and there, to finish her thoughts, to reach the next step himself before she points to it. The clouded mind is clearing. The buried spark she found in his chest is catching. He is coming back to himself, not the self that held the office, but the deeper self that could think and understand and rest in the truth, the self that the prison could not touch. This is what remembering means here. It does not mean recalling facts. It means returning to the part of you that the trouble made you forget. When the wheel turns hard against a person, it does not only take their goods, it takes for a while their sense of who they are underneath the goods. They feel reduced to the disaster, as though they were nothing but the sum of what happened to them. And the healing, when it comes, is the slow remembering that they are still, underneath it all, the one who is more than what happened, the awareness that watches the storm and is not the storm. You may have your own version of this forgetting tonight. When you are deep in the bracing, you can start to feel that you are the fear, that there is nothing to you but the worried, tightened, sleepless thing on the bed. That is the forgetting. And the remembering is what we have been doing quietly all these chapters. Coming back to the one who is aware of the fear and is not itself afraid. The one who can watch the inventory run and know it is only the mind gripping the wheel. The one who found the still floor and can rest on it. That one is who you are. The fear is only weather passing across it. Here is the second of my 3 threads, picked up and, I hope, resolved. I asked you near the beginning to hold the question, what in you is standing on ground that does not move? And now you have met it. It is this: the aware, understanding, quiet center that no circumstance reaches, the part of Boethius that walked out of that cell in spirit long before his body ever could. That is what stands on ground that does not move. It was in you the whole time under the forgetting. You have simply, tonight, begun to remember it. Feel it now, the rememberer, the one who is present, not straining, just here. The same one who was here in your childhood, and in your best moments, and in your worst. Always the same quiet watcher, never once on the wheel. That one is not braced tonight. That one is at peace, and has been all along, waiting for the frightened part of you to grow tired enough to remember it is there. Rest in the rememberer. It knows who you are, even when you forget. It is holding you now. Chapter 23, Marcus Aurelius in the tent at night. Let us bring one more voice into the cell, a man who, like Boethius, held enormous power and knew its emptiness, and who did his deepest thinking at night, alone, exactly as you are doing now. His name was Marcus Aurelius. He was the emperor of Rome, the most powerful man in the world in his time, about 300 years before Boethius. And we know his private mind because he kept a journal at night in his tent on the cold frontier where he spent years at war. He never meant anyone to read it. He was writing to steady himself, to remind himself in the dark of what mattered, exactly the way a person talks quietly to their own heart at 3 a.m. We call the journal his Meditations, and it is one of the most intimate documents the ancient world left us. Let your body rest heavily now. Picture the tent, the single lamp, the tired man writing not commands, but reminders to his own soul. Here was a man who had everything the wheel could give, more than Boethius, more than almost anyone. And read his journal and you find no gloating, no security, no sense of having arrived. You find a man reminding himself night after night that his power was borrowed, that his life was brief, that fame was smoke, that the only thing truly his was how he chose to meet each day. When you arise in the morning, he wrote to himself, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love. This is the emperor of the world, teaching himself gratitude for a single breath, because he understood that the breath was the real wealth and the empire was the loan. He wrote, too, a line that cut straight to the bracing hour. You could leave life right now, he told himself. Let that determine what you do and say and think. He was not being morbid. He was doing what Boethius does in his cell, what the wisest have always done. He was looking straight at the thing we spend our nights bracing against, the fact that it all ends, that it can all be taken, and instead of letting it terrify him, he let it clarify him. If it can all be taken, and it can, then the only thing to do is to hold it lightly and live it well while it is here, and to stop wasting the borrowed hours in dread of the moment the loan comes due. There is a strange peace that comes when you stop running from the thing you fear and turn, instead, to face it calmly, the way Marcus faced it in his tent and Boethius faced it in his cell. The fear of loss loses much of its power when you stop treating loss as an outrage and start seeing it as the simple condition of everything that lives. Everything that is dear to you is dear precisely because it is fleeting. The preciousness and the fleetingness are the same fact. A breath is precious because it passes. A life is precious because it ends. The people you love are irreplaceable because they, too, are on loan. To demand that the precious things be permanent is to ask them to stop being precious. The fleetingness is not the enemy of the love. It is the reason for it. Feel your breath again, that small, precious, fleeting thing, coming and going, and let it be enough, just as it is, without demanding that it be permanent. Each breath complete, each one passing, another arriving. This is the whole of life in miniature, and it is not frightening. It is only the coming and going of something dear. There is one more thing Marcus wrote in the dark that belongs to the bracing hour. He reminded himself again and again that no one loses any life but the one they are living, and no one lives any life but the one they are losing, so that the longest life and the shortest come, in the end, to the same thing, a handful of present moments, each one here and then gone. He was not trying to frighten himself. He was trying to bring himself back from the future, where the mind loves to live, into the only place a life is ever actually lived, which is now. Consider your own hours the same way. The hours you spend braced against a loss that has not come are not saved for later. They are not held in reserve. They are simply spent, gone, traded away. Real hours of your one life handed over to a fear about hours that may never arrive. The dread does not protect the future. It only consumes the present. And the present, this quiet hour in the warm dark, is the only part of your life you will ever actually hold. So do not hand this hour to the future. Marcus would not keep it. Let it be what it is, a small, safe, present moment, one of the finite and precious handful you are given, and spend it not on dread, but on rest, which is the wisest possible use of an hour like this one. The emperor put down his pen and slept in his tent on the cold frontier, having reminded his soul of what mattered. You can do the same now. You have reminded your soul. The lone is alone. The breath is precious. The night is for rest. Put down the pen. Rest. The most powerful man in the world slept by letting go. So can you. Chapter 24, Cicero and the View from Above. There is a passage in Boethius and a tradition behind it reaching back to an older Roman that lifts the mind up and out, high above the turning wheel, until the things we brace against grow very small. Let us rise into it gently, the way you might rise in a dream. Let your breath carry you upward as it lengthens. There is nothing to fear in height here, only distance and perspective and rest. The older Roman was Cicero, the great orator and philosopher who lived about 5 centuries before Boethius, and whose works Boethius knew intimately. Cicero wrote a famous passage called The Dream of Scipio, in which a Roman general is carried up in a dream to the heights of the heavens and shown the earth from far above. And from up there, the whole Roman Empire, the thing men killed and died and schemed for, appears as a tiny spot, a small patch on a small globe, most of it empty, the inhabited part smaller still, and the fame that men chased across it, unable even to cross from one region to another, let alone to last through time. Seen from above, Cicero shows the vast stage of human ambition shrinks to almost nothing, and the frantic striving upon it comes to seem like a great deal of noise over a very small thing. Boethius takes up this same view from above in his own book. Lady Philosophy invites him to consider the smallness of the earth against the immensity of the heavens, and then the smallness of the known world against the whole earth, and then the smallness of any single reputation against the whole of time. She is not doing this to make him feel worthless. She is doing it to make his fear feel accurate to its true size. The thing he is grieving, when seen from the ordinary height of his own anxious eyes, fills the whole sky. Seen from above, it takes its real place, small, passing, one turn of one wheel on one tiny spot in an immensity that stretches beyond imagining. There is deep rest in this, and you can feel it tonight if you let the mind rise. Whatever you are braced against, bring it up here, into the high air, and look down at it. The thing that fills your whole chest at bed height, the worry that seems to be the size of the world, is in truth a small thing happening in a small room on a small planet, turning in a darkness so vast that the entire history of human striving is a single flicker within it. This is not to say your trouble does not matter. To you, in your life, it matters. But it is not the size it claims to be in the dark. The dark magnifies. The height restores true proportion. The people who chase the wheel to its very top, the emperors and the conquerors, the ones whose names filled the world, where are they now? Their empires are dust. Their fame, which seemed immortal, is a few lines in books most people never read. The wheel they stood atop turned, as it always does, and carried them down into the same quiet the rest of us come to. Seen from the height, the difference between the man at the top of the wheel and the man at the bottom, which seems so enormous from the ground, nearly vanishes. They are both small figures on a turning rim, briefly lit, soon gone, and equally held in the end by the same vast stillness that holds everything. Rest in that stillness now. Let your worry take its true, small size. Let yourself be a small, warm creature in a vast, gentle dark, held, along with everything else, by something immeasurably larger than the wheel. From up here, there is nothing to brace against. There is only the turning far below, and the quiet all around, and you drifting in it, safe. Rest. Seen from high enough, tonight's fear is very small, and you are very held. Chapter 25. The small bright point of the earth. Let us stay a while in the high air, looking down, because the view from above is one of the oldest and gentlest medicines for a frightened mind. And Boethius wants us to linger there until the proportion truly settles into us. Let your breath be slow and wide. You are resting high above the turning world, looking down with kind eyes. Consider what Lady Philosophy asks Boethius to picture. This whole earth, she says, on which men build their empires and stake their fortunes, is, against the size of the heavens, no bigger than a point. A single point, with no width to speak of. And of that point, only a part is habitable, the rest being ocean and desert and ice. And of the habitable part, only a fraction is known to any one people, cut off from the rest by seas and mountains and unshared languages. So the stage on which a man wins his fame, the audience whose applause he lives and dies for, is a small patch of a fraction of a part of a point. And even there, opinions differ, and what makes a man honored in one place makes him nothing in the next. This is not said to make you feel small, in the crushing sense. It is said to make your fear feel small in the freeing sense. The thing you are braced against tonight is happening on that point, in that fraction, before that tiny, scattered audience. It is not nothing to you in your life. But it is not the world-filling catastrophe the dark presents it as. Bring it up here into the high, clear air, and it becomes what it is, a small event on a small point, real but not infinite, painful but not eternal, one turn of one wheel in an immensity so large that the whole drama takes place, as it were, in the space of a single quiet breath. Notice your breath now, that small quiet event, and how the whole of your worry could fit inside it, and how the breath simply comes and goes regardless, unbothered, carrying the worry along with it and setting it down. There is a particular relief here for the part of the mind that is braced about how things will look, what people will think, whether your name will survive the trouble intact. Lady Philosophy, following Cicero, asks, survive among whom? Across how large a world? For how long a time? Even the most famous names reach only a sliver of the living and are forgotten by the dead, and mean nothing at all in the vast reaches of time before and after a single human life. The reputation you are lying awake defending, even if you defended it perfectly, would still be a small light on a small point, seen by few, remembered by fewer, and gone entirely before very long. This is not despair. It is release. If the prize was always that small, then losing it is a smaller loss than the night claims, and defending it is not worth a single hour of your sleep. The people who understood this did not become cold or careless. They became light. They stopped carrying the imaginary weight of a watching world, because they saw that the world was mostly not watching, and would soon forget, and was, in any case, a point. And in the lightness, they found they could love the actual small circle of their actual life more freely, the real people in the real room, precisely because they had stopped performing for the vast imaginary crowd that never existed. Come back down now, gently, from the height, but bring the proportion with you. Bring it into the bed. Whatever you were braced against, let it be the size it actually is. A real thing? Yes. A thing to be met in daylight, with a clear head, in the small circle of what is yours to do, but not the size of the sky, not worth the whole night, not able, in truth, to reach the small, warm point of view, lying here, held in a darkness far larger and far kinder than your fear. Rest. The earth is a point, and your worry is smaller, and the dark that holds you both is vast and gentle. Chapter 26. The Fame That Cannot Cross a River. There is one more turn to the view from above, and it is aimed precisely at the part of us that lies awake, caring what others think. So let us give it a chapter of its own, quietly, before we turn back to the wheel. Let the body grow heavy and the mind grow wide. Nothing to prove here, no one to prove it to. Lady Philosophy presses the point about fame until it nearly disappears in the hands. Think, she says, of how a great reputation in one city means nothing in the next. How a name that fills the mouths of one people has never even been heard by another people living just beyond the mountains. In the ancient world, this was literally true. A man could be the most celebrated figure in Rome and entirely unknown across a river, among people who spoke another tongue and honored other names. The fame that seemed, from inside the city, to be the whole world's regard, could not even cross the water. And that was fame at its height in life. After death, she goes on, it thins further, until even the greatest names become a line in a book, then a rumor, then nothing, swallowed by the same forgetting that takes us all. We might think our own age is different, that now a name can travel everywhere at once. But test it against your own experience of the night. The judgment you are braced against, the opinion of you that you lie awake, managing. Whose is it, really? A handful of people, a few faces in your mind, and even they are not thinking of you right now. They are asleep or absorbed in their own turning wheels, their own inventories, their own small circles of fear. The audience you are performing for, the courtroom you are pleading before at 3 a.m, is nearly empty. The judges have gone home. Most of them were never as focused on you as your fear insists. Everyone is, mostly, thinking about themselves, exactly as you are. And that is not a cruelty. It is a release. Feel the emptiness of the imagined courtroom and how restful it is. No one is watching. No verdict is being prepared. The performance can stop. There is a deep kindness in this that the night usually hides. The same forgetting that thins away fame also thins away shame. The mistake you are replaying, the moment you are braced to be judged for, will not echo down the ages. It will not even cross the river. Most of the people you fear have forgotten it already, or never registered it, or are far too occupied with their own remembered mistakes to hold on to yours. The mind at night imagines itself the center of a watching world tried endlessly in the court of others' opinions. The truth is gentler and lonelier and freeing all at once. You are mostly unwatched, you are mostly free. The trial you are dreading is not on any calendar, but your own. So you can let the imagined onlookers go. Not with bitterness that no one cares, but with relief that no one is keeping the account you have been so exhausted by. The wheel of reputation turns for no one to see in the end.
What people think of you rises and falls like everything else, and reaches almost no one, and lasts almost no time, and was never therefore a safe place to keep your peace.
Keep your peace where Boethius learned to keep his, in the still center that no opinion can reach, and let the vast, forgetful, self-absorbed, mostly kind world think what it will, or more likely, think nothing at all, and sleep. Feel yourself unwatched now, in the best sense. Alone in the dark, accountable to no imagined jury, free to simply rest. A small, unobserved creature letting go of a performance no one was attending. Rest. The courtroom is empty. It always, mostly, was. Come home and sleep. Chapter 27. Why the wheel must turn. We have watched the wheel from below as its riders, and from above, from the high air. Now let us ask the question we planted at the very beginning on the first night of this story. Why must the wheel turn at all? Why could the world not be made so that good things once gained simply stayed? This is the first of my 3 threads, and it is time to draw it in. Let your breath deepen as we look at the oldest question there is. There is rest even in the asking, when the asking is done gently. Lady Philosophy has an answer, and it is subtle, and it turns the whole complaint inside out. The turning of the wheel, she suggests, is not a flaw in the world. It is a feature of a particular kind of good, the loanable kind, the kind that lives out in the world of having. Those goods are, by their very nature, the sort that come and go. Health is a balance that shifts. Wealth is a flow that moves. Reputation lives in changing minds. Youth passes into age. These things are not defective versions of permanent things. They are inherently temporary things, and to ask them to be permanent is to ask them to be something other than what they are. The wheel does not turn because the world is broken. It turns because the world of having is, in its essence, a world of motion, and motion is what it is made of. And here is the turn that heals. If change is simply the nature of the having world, then a wise person does not stake their deepest peace on the having world at all. Not because the having world is bad, but because it is the wrong material to build permanence from. You would not build a house on the surface of a river and then curse the river for flowing. You would build your house on the bank, on the ground that does not move, and enjoy the river as a river, watching it flow, dipping your hands in its passing water without ever expecting it to hold still. Boethius spent his early life building his house on the river, and the river flowed, as rivers do, and the house came down. His whole recovery was moving the house to the bank, to the unturning centre, and learning to enjoy the river as a river at last, without the exhausting demand that it stop. This reframes the entire project of the sleepless night. You have been lying awake trying to make the river hold still, trying to freeze the flow, to lock the good things in place, to keep the wheel from turning, and the body's endless bracing is the felt exhaustion of an impossible task. Because the river will not stop, and some deep part of you knows it will not stop, and stands guard anyway, all night, over water that is already, always flowing past. The task was never possible. The wheel was always going to turn. And realizing this is not defeat. It is the beginning of rest, because you can finally stop attempting the impossible thing and lie down on the bank. Feel the difference in your body between the two postures. The clenched posture, trying to hold the flow still, and the resting posture, watching the flow move and letting it. One is exhausting and endless. The other is the posture of sleep. You do not have to stop the river tonight. You never could. You can move to the bank, where you actually live, where the ground does not turn, and let the water do what water does, and close your eyes. Rest. The wheel turns because it is a wheel. You live on the ground, which does not lie down on it. Chapter 28. The Man at the Bottom of the Wheel. Wherever you have drifted to by now, let the words keep reaching you, and let us come back once more to the cell, to the man at the very bottom of the wheel, because his situation holds a secret that only the bottom can teach. Let your body be fully heavy now. Let the bed hold every part of you. Boethius, remember, is writing all of this from the lowest point a life can reach. Condemned, imprisoned, awaiting execution. He is not at the top of the wheel, giving comfortable advice about how the fortunate should hold their fortune lightly. He is at the very bottom, and from there he is telling us something the top can never see. The man at the top of the wheel is surrounded by things that can be lost, and so, however high he rides, he is never free of fear. But the man at the bottom, who has already lost nearly everything, discovers a strange and unexpected thing. There is very little left to take. And in that emptiness, there is a kind of freedom the fortunate never taste. This is one of the oldest paradoxes of the human heart, and you may have brushed against it in your own hardest seasons. When you have much to guard, and the guarding is a low, constant fear. When you have lost much, the guarding has less to do, and sometimes, in the clearing after a loss, there comes a peace that the full and fortunate life never allowed. People who have passed through great losses often report this, almost shyly, as though it were shameful to admit, that after the worst had happened and they had survived it, a weight they had carried for years, the weight of protecting all they had, simply lifted. The dreaded thing came, and they were still there, and the fear of it, which had been worse than the thing, was finally over. Boethius found this in his cell. The wheel had done its worst, and in the doing, it had emptied his hands of everything the wheel controls, which meant it had nothing left to threaten him with. What can you take from a man who has already lost everything but himself? And himself, he was discovering, was the one thing the wheel could never reach. So there in the cell, at the very bottom, stripped of all his loans, he found the unlosable good more clearly than he ever could have found it at the top. The bottom of the wheel turned out to be, for him, the closest place to the still center. The loss became the doorway. Now, we do not wish loss on ourselves to find this peace. That would be foolish. But there is something you can borrow from it tonight, without paying the full price Boethius paid. You can practice gently in your imagination the emptiness he found. You can ask, if the thing I embraced against actually happened, would I still be here? And the answer, almost always, is yes. Reduced, perhaps, grieved, perhaps, but here, the one who is aware, the still center, would remain, as it remained for Boethius in the cell, as it has remained through every loss any human being has ever survived. And knowing that you would remain, that there is a you that even the feared thing cannot erase, takes much of the terror out of the bracing. You are bracing as though the loss would end you. It would not. It would find you, as it found Boethius, still standing on the ground that does not move. Feel that now. Whatever the wheel might take, it cannot take the one who is breathing here in the dark. That one has already survived everything that has ever happened to you, every single thing, all the way to this moment. That one is unlosable. Rest your weight on it and let the wheel turn where it will. Rest. Even at the bottom, you remain. Especially at the bottom, you are free. Chapter 29. The question that kept him awake. There was a question that tormented Boethius in his cell, deeper than the loss of his goods, and it is a question that has kept honest people awake in every age. If the world is truly ordered, truly held by some good and rational power, then why do the wicked so often prosper, while the good so often suffer? He himself was the living wound of the question. He had tried to do right, and it had ended him. His accusers had lied, and they were thriving. Where, in that, was the order he had spent his life believing in? Let your breath stay slow as we hold this hard question gently. We are not going to solve the universe tonight. We are only going to loosen the grip of the question enough to rest. This is perhaps the most honest moment in the whole book, and it is why the book has been trusted for 15 centuries. Boethius does not pretend the problem away. He names it in its full sharpness. The good suffer, the wicked flourish. It is the oldest objection to any claim that the world is well made, and he, of all people, in his cell, had every right to raise it. If you have ever lain awake feeling that the world is unjust, that the careless prosper while the careful are punished, that your own efforts to be good have not been rewarded, and someone else's cruelty has not been paid for, then you are awake with Boethius in his exact company, asking his exact question. Lady Philosophy's answer unfolds slowly and strangely, and we will follow it over the next chapters. But let us begin with the shape of it tonight, because even the shape brings some rest. She does not say the good will be rewarded later, in some other place, though Boethius believed that too. She makes a stranger and more immediate claim. She says that the wicked, in their very wickedness, are already not prospering, no matter how it looks from outside, that the appearance of their flourishing is a kind of illusion, and that if you could see their inner state clearly, you would pity them rather than envy them. And she says that the good, even when they suffer, are never actually deprived of the one good that matters, the complete good, which no injustice can take from a person who has found it. This is hard, and we will earn it slowly. But feel, even now, the first loosening it offers. Much of what keeps us awake in the grip of injustice is the sense that the wrongdoers got away with it, that they are, right now, sleeping soundly on their ill-gotten gains while we lie awake. Lady Philosophy quietly questions this picture. The person who does real wrong does not escape it, they carry it, they become it. Whatever they gained on the outside, something was lost on the inside, in the very act, and they live with that loss, whether they name it or not. You are not, in fact, lying awake while they sleep soundly. That is the illusion the night sells you. More often, the one who did the wrong is the one who cannot rest, and you, who tried to do right, carry a clean thing they would trade everything to have back. We will deepen this, for now Let the sharp edge of the injustice dull a little. You do not have to balance the world's accounts tonight. You could not. The books of justice are vast and slow and not yours to keep. Set them down, along with the inventory on the floor beside the bed. The wicked are not, in truth, out sleeping you on stolen comfort. And you are not, in truth, deprived of the one good that matters. Rest in that, even before you fully see it. The way you trust the floor you cannot see in the dark. Rest. The accounts of justice are not yours to settle tonight. Set them down and sleep. Chapter 30. Why the wicked are not winning. Let us follow Lady Philosophy's strange and consoling answer to the question of why the wicked prosper. Because it is the kind of thought that, once you truly hold it, drains a great deal of poison out of the sleepless mind. Let the body soften completely. This is a thought to be received lying down, not wrestled with sitting up. Her argument runs something like this. Every person, we said, truly wants one thing underneath all their wanting: the complete good, happiness, wholeness. That is the target every human action is aimed at, however badly. Now, the good person and the wicked person both want this same target. But the good person pursues it by the means that can actually reach it, by aligning themselves with what is true and just and real. And the wicked person pursues it by means that cannot reach it, by grasping, harming, deceiving, taking. So what happens? The good person, however much they suffer along the way, is at least moving toward the thing they truly want, and often, in their very goodness, already tasting it. The wicked person is moving away from the thing they truly want, even as they seem to gain the fragments, and so, at the deepest level, is failing at the one thing they most desire, no matter how their outer life glitters. Think of it as a man desperate for water, dying of thirst, who is handed a cup of seawater and drinks it greedily. From outside, he looks like a man who got what he wanted, a man drinking his fill. But the seawater does not slake the thirst, it deepens it. He is drinking and growing thirstier, further from the water he actually needs with every gulp. The wicked, Lady Philosophy says, are like this. They drink the seawater of their gains and call it winning, and from outside we envy the full cup, but inside they are parched, further than ever from the real water, and the more they drink, the worse it gets. This is not a punishment added on from outside, it is the built-in nature of the thing. To pursue wholeness by means that fragment you is to move away from wholeness while believing you approach it. And so, she says, the wicked are already not winning, right now, in the very moment of their apparent triumph. They do not need to be punished later by some outside hand. Their wickedness is its own punishment immediately, in that it carries them away from the only thing that could satisfy them and leaves them, however rich or powerful, with the seawater thirst that no amount of gain will ever quench. If you could see their inner state, she tells Boethius, you would not envy them. You would pity them as you pity any sick person, because a soul cut off from the real good is a soul in a kind of famine, whatever feast is spread on its table. Feel what this does to the grip of resentment, which is one of the heaviest weights a person can carry into the night. Resentment says, they got away with it, they are happy, and I am not, and that is unbearable. Lady Philosophy answers, they did not get away with it, because the it they were after, the real good, cannot be reached by the road they took. And so they are, in the deepest sense, further from peace than you, whatever the surface shows. You are not the loser in this. You who tried to do right are the one holding the real water, or at least walking toward it. They are the ones drinking sand. That is not a reason to gloat. It is a reason to release them, to let the resentment go, to stop lying awake, tallying the injustice, because the ledger you were so afraid was unbalanced is, in truth, already settling itself, invisibly, in the only place that matters, which is the inner state of every soul. You may know this from a life you once envied. There is often a person, somewhere in memory, who seemed to have taken the shortcut and won, who cut the corner you refused to cut and prospered by it, and whom you once lay awake resenting. And then, years later, you learned what the inside of that life was actually like. The house that looked like victory was full of a fear you had never had to carry. The gain that looked like winning had cost something that could not be bought back. The person you envied would have traded the whole glittering surface for one night of the plain, clean rest you took for granted. It is nearly always so. The wheel shows us only the outside of other lives, the lifted rim, the crowned figure, and hides the inner state entirely. And the inner state is the only place a person is truly rich or truly poor. So when the night hands you the picture of someone sleeping soundly on what they should not have, distrust the picture. You cannot see their inside. You only see their rim of the wheel. And the odds are good that the one who chose the crooked road is not sleeping half so well as you could be right now, if you would only set down the resentment and let the clean thing you have be enough. Let the resentment go now, out of your chest, into the dark. It is heavy, and it was never yours to carry, and it is not even true. Rest, holding the clean thing you have, and let those who chose the seawater keep it. Let the resentment go now, out of your chest, into the dark. It is heavy, and it was never yours to carry, and it is not even true. Rest, holding the clean thing you have, and let those who chose the seawater keep it. Rest. You are not behind them, you are holding water. Sleep. Chapter 31. The calm that does not depend on winning. Let us gather what we have found into a single, quiet realization, because it is the calm that Boethius reached in his cell, and it is the calm that can carry you into sleep, a peace that does not depend on winning. Breathe slowly and let this settle all the way down. There is nothing left to win tonight, and that is the good news. Almost all our ordinary peace is conditional. It depends on things going well. We are calm when we are winning, when the health holds, and the money is enough, and the people are safe, and the name is intact, and the wheel is carrying us up. And we are braced, sleepless, gripped, the moment any of it is threatened. This is a peace built on the turning world, and so it is a peace that turns up and down with the wheel, never truly ours, always on loan, always about to be recalled. It is the only peace most people ever know, and it is why most people, sooner or later, cannot sleep. A peace that depends on winning is at the mercy of every possible loss. What Boethius found, and what Lady Philosophy leads him to, is an entirely different kind of peace. One that does not depend on winning at all. It rests on the complete good, the unlosable center, the alignment of the mind with what is true, and because that good cannot be taken, the peace that rests on it cannot be taken either. It does not rise and fall with the wheel. It is not more present when things go well or less present when they go badly. It is the peace of a man in a cell awaiting death, who has nonetheless found the one thing that his death cannot touch, and who therefore has, in the middle of total loss, a calm that the free and fortunate outside his walls do not possess. He is losing everything, and he is at peace. Not because he won, because he found the good that does not depend on winning. You can feel the edge of this even now, and it is the very thing we have been walking toward all night. The bracing you feel is the felt condition of the ordinary peace, the peace that depends on winning, standing guard against every loss, because it knows that every loss is a threat to it. But if you let your weight down, even a little, onto the other peace, the one that does not depend on how things turn out, the bracing has nothing to defend. There is nothing to guard, because the thing you are resting on cannot be lost, cannot be threatened, cannot be taken by any turn of any wheel. And a guard, with nothing to defend, can, at last, sit down, can lie down, can close its eyes. This does not mean you stop caring how things go. Boethius still would have preferred to live. You still want the health to hold and the people to be safe. Caring is not the enemy. But there is a difference between caring about an outcome and staking your entire being on it, between preferring that the wheel go one way and being destroyed if it goes another. The peace that does not depend on winning lets you care about the outcome from a place that the outcome cannot destroy. You can hope for the good result and still rest tonight, because your rest is no longer hostage to the result. You have moved the ground of your peace from the turning wheel to the still center, and the still center holds whether you win or lose. Feel yourself resting there now, on the peace that does not depend on winning. Nothing has to go right tonight for you to be all right. Nothing has to be resolved, or made certain, or won. You are allowed to be at peace before you know how the story ends, the way Boethius was at peace in his cell before he knew, resting not on the outcome, but on the good that no outcome could reach. Rest. This peace does not depend on winning. It is yours, whether you win or lose. Lie down in it. Chapter 32. Providence, gently. Boethius, steadied now, ready for stronger medicine, lets Lady Philosophy lead him toward the largest question of all, the one about whether there is any order behind the turning at all. Let us follow gently, at the pace of a mind that is more than half asleep, taking only what soothes and leaving the rest. Let your breath be slow and let the ideas be soft. Nothing here needs to be gripped. Lady Philosophy draws a distinction that quieted 1,000 years of anxious minds. There is, she says, a difference between providence and fate. Providence is the whole order of things seen from above, all at once, as a single, unified plan held in the mind of the good power that governs the world. Fate is that same order as it unfolds down here, in time, step by step, event after event, cause after cause, the way it looks from inside where we live. They are not two different things. They are one thing seen from two places. Providence is the plan whole. Fate is the plan happening. What looks, from inside time, like a tangle of chance and accident and unfairness, is, from above, a single ordered movement, each thread in its place. Nothing random, nothing wasted, though we, walking through it forward and blind, can almost never see how. You do not have to accept the whole of this metaphysics tonight to feel its comfort. And the comfort is what we are after. The comfort is this: what looks like chaos from inside may be order seen too close. You are walking through your life forward in the dark, seeing only the next few steps, and from there it can look random, unjust, senseless. The loss that came for no reason. The effort that led nowhere, the cruelty that went unpunished. From inside time, these are a tangle. But Lady Philosophy invites the possibility that the tangle is only what a pattern looks like from underneath, that the same events seen whole, from above, from outside the forward rush of time, might resolve into an order you simply cannot see from where you stand. Think of the back of a great woven cloth, the loose threads and knots and crossings, a mess with no picture in it. And then the front, where those same threads, those exact same knots, form an image of great beauty and coherence. You are looking most of your life at the back of the weaving. The knots are real. The loose ends are real. But they are not the whole truth of the thing. There is a front where the same threads make a picture, and your inability to see it from behind is not evidence that it is not there. It is only evidence that you are, as all of us are, on the near side of the weave, in time, seeing the working, not the work. This is not a demand that you believe the picture is beautiful. It is an invitation to hold open the possibility, and even the possibility is restful, because much of the anguish of the sleepless hour is the certainty that it is all meaningless, that the loss is pure waste, that the tangle is only tangle, and you do not actually know that. You cannot know it from where you stand, on the back of the weave. It is at least as reasonable and far more restful to hold the question open, to allow that the thread whose purpose you cannot see may have a purpose you cannot see, and to let the not knowing be a soft thing rather than a sharp one. You are not required to conclude that it is chaos. You are only inside the working of a pattern too large to see whole. Rest in the not knowing, then, as a kind of trust rather than a kind of dread. You are on the back of the weave tonight, and the knots are real, and you cannot see the front, and that is all right. You do not have to see it to rest.
You only have to loosen your certainty that there is nothing there, and let the possibility of an order larger than your sight hold you, the way the dark holds you, gently, without your understanding how.
Rest. You are seeing the back of the weave. Let the front remain, unseen and trusted. Sleep. Chapter 33. The thread you cannot see the whole of. Let us stay with the weave a little longer, with this idea that your life is a thread in a pattern too large to see whole, because it is one of the most quieting thoughts a person can hold at the edge of sleep. Let your breath lengthen. Let your body be a thread laid down in something larger, held, woven in, not loose. Lady Philosophy presses the thought further, and it grows gentler as it deepens. She suggests that even the hard turns of fortune, the losses, the reversals, the things that seem purely destructive from inside, may be doing work in the pattern that we cannot see. The illness that stopped a man in his tracks, and, in the stopping, turned him towards something he had been racing past. The failure that closed the door and, in the closing, opened a life he could not have reached through the door he wanted. The loss that broke a heart, and, in the breaking, made it capable of a tenderness it had never known. None of this makes the losses good in the simple sense. They still hurt. But it opens the possibility that they are threads, not accidents, that they are doing something in the weave, that the harm you can see is not the whole of what is happening. You have probably lived long enough to have at least one example of this in your own life. Look for it now, gently, in the dark. Some hard turn, some loss you would never have chosen, that you can see now, from the distance of years, led to something you would not trade, a door that closed and only later revealed why. You could not see it at the time. At the time it was pure loss, pure tangle, the back of the weave. And only looking back from a little higher could you see the thread run into the picture. If it has happened even once, then it is at least possible that it is happening now with the very thing you are braced against, that the loss you dread might be a thread whose place in the pattern you simply cannot see yet from here on the near side. This is not a promise, and we will not pretend it is. Some losses never reveal their purpose, or have none we can find, and Lady Philosophy is honest enough not to tie every thread up neatly. But the point for tonight is smaller and surer than a promise. It is this: you do not know. You do not know that the thing you dread is pure waste. You cannot know it from where you stand. And since you cannot know, you are free to hold the gentler possibility instead of the harsher one, free to rest in not knowing rather than in a certainty of ruin that you have no way to confirm. The mind at night insists on the darkest reading, but the darkest reading is a guess, not a fact, and you are allowed to set it down. There is a deep rest in letting your own thread be woven without demanding to see the whole cloth. So much of the sleepless struggle is the mind trying to see the whole pattern from inside, trying to know how it all comes out, trying to secure the ending before it can relax. But you were never given the whole pattern. No one was. You were given your thread, this life, these days, this small stretch of the weave to lay down as well as you can in the small circle of what is yours to do. The rest, the vast surrounding pattern, is not your work and not your sight. You can lay down your thread and trust the weave, the way a single stitch trusts the hand that guides it, without needing to see the picture it is helping to make. Lay your thread down now, this day, this night, this breath. Do your small part well, which tonight is simply to rest, and let the great weave be the great weave held by hands larger than yours, forming a picture you were never meant to see whole from here. Rest. You are one thread in a vast weaving. Lay yourself down and let the pattern hold you. Chapter 34. All fortune is good. Now we come to the boldest thing Lady Philosophy says in the whole book, a sentence so strange that Boethius, even steadied as he is, can hardly believe it. She says that all fortune is good. Not some fortune, not good fortune, all of it. The bad along with the good. Let us approach this carefully at the pace of near sleep, because it is either nonsense or it is one of the deepest things ever said, and which one it is depends on how quietly you can hear it. Let your breath be very slow now. Let the strangeness of the claim wash over you without your needing to solve it. Here is what she means. Good fortune, the pleasant turns of the wheel, is good in the obvious way. It gives us things we enjoy, but it has a hidden danger. It flatters us, it lulls us, it ties us more tightly to the turning world, teaches us to depend on the wheel, and so it deepens the very attachment that will one day, when the wheel turns, cause us the most pain. Good fortune is sweet, but it binds. It makes us forget the still center, because the turning world is treating us so well that we see no reason to look elsewhere for our peace. Bad fortune, the hard turns, is bitter. But it does something good fortune cannot. It wakes us. It breaks the spell. It shows us, unmistakably, that the wheel cannot be trusted, that the loanable goods were always loans, that our peace was staked in a place that could not hold it. And in doing so, it turns us, often for the first time, toward the still center, toward the unlosable good, toward the only ground that does not move. Bad fortune, she says, is in this sense truer than good fortune. Good fortune lies to us about where safety lives. Bad fortune tells us the truth. And a bitter truth that sets us free is, in the end, a greater gift than a sweet lie that keeps us bound. This is why she can say that all fortune is good, the hard along with the easy. The easy fortune gives us pleasant things but risks binding us to the wheel. The hard fortune takes pleasant things but frees us toward the center. Both, rightly understood, can serve the one thing that matters, which is our arrival at the complete good. The good fortune serves it by giving us occasions for gratitude and generosity, if we hold it lightly. The bad fortune serves it by breaking our dependence on what cannot last, if we let it teach us. Neither is, in itself, the enemy. The only real enemy is the misunderstanding that keeps us clinging to the wheel. And bad fortune, of the two, is the better teacher against exactly that. Consider Boethius himself as the proof. His good fortune All those years at the top gave him a fine life, but it did not give him this book, this depth, this hard-won peace. It was his bad fortune, the cell, the loss, the sentence of death, that drove him down to the still centre and made him write the wisest thing he ever wrote, the thing that has consoled millions across 1,500 years. If the wheel had never turned against him, he would have died a comfortable, forgotten official, and the peace he found in the cell would have stayed forever out of his reach. His worst fortune was, in the largest sense, his best. It gave him the one thing his good fortune never could. You do not have to embrace your own hard fortune tonight, or call it good while it still stings. That would be too much to ask, and Lady Philosophy does not force it. But you might loosen, just slightly, the certainty that the hard thing is only bad. It may be teaching you where your peace actually lives, driving you, as it drove Boethius, off the turning wheel and down toward the still ground you would never have sought while everything was easy. The very trouble that keeps you awake may be the thing pointing you, however roughly, toward the rest that the easy nights never gave. Look back gently over your own life, and you will likely find at least one turn that proves the point. A door that slammed and felt, at the time, like the end of something. A lost position, an ending you did not choose, a plan that collapsed. You lay awake over it once, braced and grieving, certain it was pure ruin. And then the years did their slow work, and you saw, eventually, that the closed door had turned you down a road you would never have walked otherwise, toward a life or a person or a quiet understanding of yourself that you would not now give back. You could not have known it at the time. At the time, it was only loss. The good in it was invisible from where you stood on the near side in the dark, and yet it was there, folding itself quietly into the pattern, waiting for you to be far enough along to look back and see it. If it has happened even once, then the thing you are braced against tonight may hold the same hidden shape. Not certainly, not in a way you can force or foresee, but possibly. And the mere possibility is enough to loosen the grip of the certainty that it is only bad, and to let you rest in a not knowing that leans tonight toward trust. Let that possibility soften the night. Perhaps nothing that has happened to you is pure waste. Perhaps even this, even the thing you are braced against, is a hard teacher and not only a thief. Rest in the perhaps, and let the wheel, in all its turnings, sweet and bitter, be, in some way you cannot yet see, on your side. Rest. Even the hard fortune may be good. Let it teach you. And sleep. Chapter 35. The fear of losing what you love. We have spoken of losing wealth and standing and reputation, the outer goods. But there is a deeper fear underneath, the one that truly keeps the tender-hearted awake, and we must speak of it gently, because it is the most human fear of all. It is the fear of losing the people we love. Let your breath be soft, and let your heart be soft. This is the tenderest room in the whole house, and we enter it quietly. This fear is different from the others, and we should honor the difference rather than pretend it away. The loss of money or standing, Lady Philosophy can argue us out of grieving too hard, because those were only ever loans of the outer kind. But the people we love are not possessions, and their loss is not the loss of a fragment. It is the deepest grief a human being can know. So we will not be glib here. We will not say that the people you love are merely loans to be held lightly and released without pain. That would be false and cold and unworthy of the love itself. And yet, even here, even in this tenderest room, something of what we have learned still holds, and can bring not the end of the fear, but a softening of it. The people you love are, like everything the wheel touches, not permanent. This is the hard truth at the bottom of every love, and part of why love aches even at its happiest. You have always known, in some wordless place, that those you love will not always be here, or you will not always be here for them, that every meeting contains its parting, that the ones who fill your life are, like you, passing through. This knowledge is the shadow that gives love its depth. We do not love people because they are permanent. We love them because they are here, now, briefly, irreplaceably, and will not always be, and the not always is woven into the sweetness. Boethius in his cell had a wife he loved, and sons, and the man who raised him, and he grieved their loss and their grief for him. Lady Philosophy did not tell him to stop loving them. She told him instead where to stand while he loved them, not on the desperate ground of trying to hold them forever, which no one can do, but on the still center from which he could love them fully in the time they had, without the love curdling into the constant terror of the parting, because that is what the fear does if we let it rule. It poisons the present with the future. It makes us hold the people we love with such a clenched dread of losing them that we are not truly with them at all, only bracing, already grieving, unable to enjoy the very presence we are so afraid to lose. Here is the gentle turn, and it is the most important one in this tender room. The way to honor the impermanence of the people you love is not to brace against their loss all night, but to be fully with them while they are here. The clenched dread does not protect them. It cannot add a single day to their lives or yours. All it does is steal the present, the one thing you actually have, and spend it on a future grief that has not come and, in this moment, is not here. The people you love are not being lost right now, tonight, in this dark room. Right now they are, most likely, sleeping safely, as you should be. The loss you are bracing against is not happening. And by bracing against it, you are losing them in imagination while they are still, in reality, here. So love them by resting. Love them by letting tonight be a night they are safe and you are safe and nothing is being lost. Love them by refusing to grieve in advance a parting that has not come, and by saving your heart for the actual time you have together, which is now, which is real, which the bracing was stealing from you both. The impermanence is real, but it is not tonight's business. Tonight they are here, and so are you, and the loving thing, the truly loving thing, is to rest. Rest. The people you love are safe tonight. Be here with them in the safety and sleep. Chapter 36. If your mind has wandered, If your mind has wandered off somewhere in the last while, drifted away from these words to some corner of your own life, or half into a dream, that is not a failure. That is exactly what is meant to happen. Let this chapter simply be a soft place to land if you have come back, and a soft place to leave from if you drift again. Let your breath be easy. There is nowhere you need to be but here, and here is only breathing. We have come a long way through the night with Boethius. We have stood in front of the wheel and watched it turn. We have heard Fortune speak in her own defense, reminding us that her gifts were only ever loans. We have set down one by one the things that can be taken, the wealth and the standing and the name. We have found the good that cannot be lost, the still center, the one who is aware and is not on the wheel at all. We have risen high above the earth and seen how small our fears truly are. We have looked at the hardest questions: why the wheel turns, why the wicked seem to prosper, whether there is any order behind it all. And we have found not tidy answers, but a loosening, a permission to rest in not knowing, a possibility of a pattern too large to see. You do not need to remember any of it. That is the thing about this hour. None of this is a lesson you will be tested on. It is more like water poured over a stone. Most of it runs off, and that is fine, because a little soaks in, and the soaking in is slow and quiet, and happens below the level where you would notice. You could forget every word by morning and still wake a little lighter, because something moved in you underneath the forgetting, the way something moved in Boethius as he listened below his grief, before he could have named it. So let your mind wander wherever it needs to. If it drifts to your own worries, let it, and let these words be a hand on your back while it does. If it drifts towards sleep, let it, and let these words become the sound of a voice growing distant as you go under, which is the best thing they could become. You are not doing this wrong. There is no doing it wrong. The only thing being asked of you tonight is to lie still and let the night carry you the way the wheel carries everyone, gently downward into rest. Feel the bed beneath you again. Feel the weight of the blankets. Feel the small warmth your body has made in the dark. Feel the breath still coming and going, still asking nothing of you. All of it steady, all of it here. The house quiet around you, the night deep and kind. And somewhere in a cell 1,500 years ago, a man who lost everything is teaching you across all that time that the part of you that matters was never in danger and can rest. There is not far to go now. A little more, and then the descent into sleep, where these words will leave you at the door and let you go through alone. For now, just here, just this, just breathing in the dark, held, rest. You have not missed anything. You are exactly where you should be. Breathe and drift. Chapter 37, Free Will and the Eternal Now. Toward the end of his book, Boethius raises one last question, the subtlest of all, and though it is the most abstract thing in the whole work, there is a deep rest hidden inside it. So let us approach it as softly as a thought at the very edge of sleep. Let your breath be slow and let your mind be loose. We are not going to grip this idea. We are going to let it float. The question is this: if there is a good power that governs the world, and if it knows everything, including everything that is going to happen, then does anything we do remain truly free? If it is already known how tonight will end, how your life will end, how everything will unfold, then are we not simply moving through a story already written, our choices only the appearance of choice? This question has troubled thoughtful people in every age, and Boethius, in his cell, with his own end apparently already fixed and known, felt its weight as sharply as anyone ever has. Lady Philosophy's answer turns on a single beautiful idea, and it is the idea I want to leave floating in your mind as you drift. The trouble, she says, comes from imagining that the governing power knows the future the way we would, as something ahead of it, coming toward it, not yet arrived. But that is to trap the eternal inside time, and the eternal is not inside time. For a being outside of time, there is no future and no past. There is only an endless present, a single now that holds all of what we call past and future the way our now holds the present moment. It does not foresee tomorrow the way we anxiously foresee it, straining toward a thing not yet come. It simply sees, in one changeless glance, all of time at once, the way you might see a whole landscape spread below you rather than walking through it step by step. And if that is so, she says, then the knowing does not force the doing. Just as you're seeing someone do a thing right now before your eyes does not force them to do it, they are doing it freely, and you are simply watching. So the eternal seeing of all time at once does not force the events it sees. It watches them happen freely, all of them in its single endless present. The future is not fixed because it is foreknown. It is simply seen wholly by one who stands outside the river of time and takes in the whole river at a glance, source to sea, while we swim along inside it, seeing only the water just ahead. You do not need to resolve the philosophy to feel the rest in it, and the rest is what we are after. The rest is this: there is a way of being in which all of time is held at once, complete, whole, nothing lost, nothing yet to be anxiously awaited, everything simply present in a single, changeless now. And you, swimming forward in the river, straining to see around the next bend, bracing against the water you cannot yet see, are, in truth, already held within that eternal present, along with your whole life, beginning and end, all at once, complete. The future you are bracing against is, from the highest view, not a threat rushing toward you, but a part of a whole already wholly held. Nothing is being lost. Nothing is rushing at you. It is all from above, simply here and held and finished and safe. Let that float over you as you sink. You are swimming forward in time, seeing only the next bend, and that is why you brace. But you are held, all of you, your whole river, in a present that does not pass, by one for whom your beginning and your end and this exact moment are equally, eternally now. There is nothing to race toward, there is nothing to outrun, it is all already held. Rest. You are held in an eternal present, whole and complete. Stop swimming. Float. Sleep. Chapter 38. The one who sees all time at once. Let us stay with that image. The one who sees all of time at once, because it is the deepest consolation in the whole book, and it is the one to carry down into sleep like a warm stone in the hand. Let your breath be barely an effort now. Let the words come from far away and reach you where you lie. We live, all of us, in the thin, moving edge of the present. The narrow line between a past we cannot change and a future we cannot see. And nearly all our suffering lives in that thin edge. We grieve the past, which is gone. We dread the future, which has not come. We are almost never simply here, in the only moment that actually exists, because the mind is forever leaning backward into regret or forward into fear, straining at the edges of a present too thin to stand on. The bracing you feel tonight is the mind leaning hard into a future that is not here, trying to see around a bend that time has not yet turned. But Boethius offers, through lady philosophy, the image of a way of being for which there is no thin edge, no leaning, no straining. For the eternal, all of time is present at once, held whole, the way you hold a single moment. And your whole life, your entire river from birth to death, every day you have lived and every day you have left, is, in that eternal seeing, complete, present, held, not scattered across a line you are anxiously walking, but gathered into a single now and kept. Nothing you have lived is lost. Nothing you have yet to live is uncertain to that seeing. It is all there, all held, all safe, in a present that does not pass. There is a tenderness in this that goes beyond the philosophy. It means that the good days of your life are not gone. They are held whole in the eternal now, as present and real as the day you lived them. The people you have loved and lost are not erased. They are held in that changeless seeing, exactly as they were. Nothing of them lost to the passing of time, which passes only for us down here on the thin moving edge. From the highest view, nothing is ever truly lost. It is only for us out of sight around the bends of time. But it is all still there, all still held in the great gathered present of the one who sees all time at once. And it means, too, that your death, the final loss you brace against beneath all the others, is not, from that view, an erasure. It is one more thing held whole in the eternal now, one more part of the river gathered into the changeless present and kept. Boethius, facing his own death in the cell, found in this the deepest of his consolations. He was not walking toward annihilation. He was walking toward the one who holds all time at once, in whom his whole life, his losses and his loves and his hard-won peace were already held, complete and safe, and would not be lost when the thin edge of his present finally reached its end. You do not have to believe all of this to let it hold you tonight. You have only to let the image soften the thin, bracing edge you have been standing on. Your life is not only the narrow line you are anxiously walking, it is a whole, held whole, somewhere above the river of time, complete and safe. The good is not lost behind you. The dreaded thing is not only rushing toward you. It is all held, all gathered, all kept in a present that does not pass by one for whom you and all you love are eternally, safely now. Rest in being held like that, whole, complete, nothing lost, nothing rushing. All of you, all your life, all your loves, gathered and kept in a now that does not end. Rest. You are held, whole, in the eternal present. Let the thin edge dissolve and sleep. Chapter 39. What is still in your hands? We are near the descent now, and before we begin it, let us gather what is left. What remains in your hands after everything loanable has been set down, because it turns out that what remains is small and light and entirely enough. Let your breath be slow and your hands lie open and empty on the blanket. Feel how light an empty hand is. We have set down so much tonight. The wealth that was alone, the standing that lived in other minds, the reputation that could not cross a river, the outcome you cannot control, the accounts of justice that are not yours to settle, the future you cannot see around, the whole turning wheel, with all its gifts and threats set down again and again until the hands are empty. And you might think that emptiness would feel like loss. But notice, if you can, that it does not. It feels like rest. Because the things we set down were the things we were exhausting ourselves to hold, and the holding was the tiredness, and the setting down is the relief. So what is still in your hands after all of that? Very little, and it is the little that Epictetus named, and the little that Boethius kept even in his cell. What remains is your own inner movement, the way you meet what comes. Your assent, your attention, the small daily choice of where to rest your mind and what to make your peace depend on. This is the one thing the wheel never touched, the one thing no court could confiscate, the one thing that was always truly yours. And it is enough, because it is the only thing that the complete good ever depended on anyway. Happiness was never in the loanable things. It was always in this small, unloanable movement of the soul toward what is true. And that movement is still in your hands tonight, as it was in Boethius's hands in the cell, undiminished by anything the wheel has done. This is a great simplification of a life, and simplification is deeply restful. So much of the sleepless struggle comes from believing that 100 things are in your hands, that you must manage the outcome and the opinions and the money and the future and the justice of the world, all of it, all at once, all night. And it is not so. Almost none of it is in your hands. What is in your hands is small. How you meet this moment, where you rest your mind, what you let your peace depend on. That is your whole kingdom, and it is a small and quiet one, and it is entirely sufficient, and it is safe from every turn of every wheel, because it lives in the one place the wheel cannot reach, which is the inside of your own consent. Tonight, the small thing in your hands is smaller still. It is only this: to let go and to rest. Not to solve, not to secure, not to win, not even to sleep by force, but simply to release the turning world you were never holding up anyway, and to let your weight down onto the still center and to rest. That is the whole of your work tonight. It is the easiest work there is. It asks you to do less, not more, to hold less, to carry less. Now, to set down the wheel and keep only the small, light, unlosable thing that was always yours, and to rest in it. Feel your empty, open hands, and how they are not poorer for being empty but freer. Feel how little is actually being asked of you now. Just this releasing, just this resting, just this letting the night carry you as it carries everyone down off the wheel and into sleep. Rest. What remains in your hands is small and light and enough. Hold only that, and let the rest go. Chapter 40. The grip begins to loosen. Here is the third of the 3 threads I asked you to hold, and now, near the end, we draw it in. I asked you, in the middle of the night, what you were really bracing for, and we found that underneath every particular fear was one fear wearing many masks, the fear of loss itself, the fear that what you love can be taken and you cannot stop it. Now let us see what has happened to that fear over the course of the night. Let your breath be slow and deep. Feel, if you can, how the body has changed since we began. The fear was true. We never denied it. Things you love can be taken. The wheel does turn. Loss is real and comes to everyone. We did not solve that fear by promising it would not happen. We did something else, something Boethius did in his cell, something slower and truer. We went looking for the part of you that the loss could not reach, and we found it, the still center, the one who is aware and is not on the wheel, the small, unlosable movement of the soul that no court and no wheel and no death could confiscate. And once you have found that, once you are standing even a little on the ground that does not move, the fear of loss begins, on its own, to loosen its grip. Not because the losses became less real, but because you discovered that you would survive them, that there is a you the loss cannot erase, that even at the very bottom of the wheel, as Boethius found, you remain. Feel the grip loosening now, in your actual body, in this actual bed. The bracing that has kept you company all night, the low, full-body readiness for a blow, the clenched guarding of everything that could be taken. Feel it loosening, finger by finger, because it has finally understood what took the whole night to learn, that the thing it was guarding so desperately was never the thing that mattered, and the thing that matters was never in danger. The guard has been standing watch over the loanable things, exhausting itself to hold a wheel it could never hold, and now it understands. The treasure it was defending is not out there on the wheel. The treasure is the one who is resting here, safe, and always was. There is nothing to guard. The watch is over. This is the great turning of Boethius's whole book, and of this whole night. He began braced, broken, guarding the ruins of everything the wheel had taken, unable to rest. And he ends at peace, in the same cell, facing the same death, with nothing changed in his circumstances at all. Nothing on the wheel turned back for him. He did not get his life restored. What changed was where he stood. He moved off the turning wheel and onto the still center, and from there the very same situation that had crushed him became bearable, even peaceful, because the part of him that could be crushed had been set down, and the part that remained could not be reached. The grip loosened. The guard sat down. And a condemned man found, in his cell, a rest that free men outside his walls could not find in their beds. You can find it too, tonight, in this bed, whatever your walls are. Nothing in your circumstances has to change. The thing you are braced against can remain exactly as uncertain as it was when we began. What has changed, if the night has done its slow work, is where you are standing. You have moved a little off the wheel and onto the still center. And from here, the grip can loosen, and the guard can sit down, and the bracing can finally lie down beside you and rest, because it is understood at last that everything that matters is safe, and always was. Rest. The grip is loosening. There was never anything to guard. Let the watch end and sleep. Chapter 41. What the cell could not take. We are beginning the descent now. The hard thinking is behind us. From here, the words grow soft and slow, and there is nothing left to understand. There is only rest. Let your breath be gentle. Let it move on its own. Think once more of the cell in Pavia, the stone floor, the one lamp, the man who lost everything. They took his freedom, they took his house, his books, his office, his good name. They would soon take his life. The wheel turned against him as hard as it turns against anyone. But there was something the cell could not take. It could not take his mind. It could not take the quiet in him that had found the still center. It could not reach the part of him that was watching it all, calm now, at peace, resting on the ground that does not move. The walls held his body. They could not hold that. And this is the thing to carry down into sleep. Whatever your walls are tonight, whatever the wheel has taken or threatens to take, there is a part of you it cannot reach. It is here now. It is the one breathing in the dark. It is the one who has listened all night. It is calm. It has always been calm. Under the noise, the cell could not take it from Boethius. Nothing can take it from you. Rest in the part of you that nothing can take. It is holding you now. Chapter 42. The self that was never on the wheel. If you are still with me, let these last words be soft. If you have already drifted, let them follow you gently down. Breathe, slow, easy. All night we have been looking for one thing, the self that was never on the wheel, the part of you that does not rise and fall with fortune, the still center, the one who is aware. We found it. It is not far. It never was. It is not your body, though it lives there. It is not your name, or your work, or your things. It is not any of the things that can be taken. It is the quiet awareness that has been here the whole time, under the worry, watching, resting, waiting for you to remember it. That is who you are. Not the fear, not the bracing, not the list of things that could go wrong. Those are only weather, passing over. You are the one they pass over. You are the still place they cannot reach. Boethius forgot this in his grief at the bottom of the wheel, and then, slowly, in the cell, he remembered, and the remembering set him free, even in chains. You have remembered too, tonight. Feel it, the one who is breathing, calm, safe, never once on the wheel. Rest there. That is home. You have found your way back to it. Rest. You are the self that was never on the wheel. Sleep now, safe in it. Chapter 43, The Wheel at Rest. Let us look at the wheel one last time. All night it has been turning, lifting and lowering, carrying its riders up into the light and down into the dark. We have watched it together and slowly learned to stop trying to hold it still. Now watch it turn without any fear at all. Let it turn. It is only doing what it does. It was turning before you were born. It will turn after. It lifts and lowers everyone the same way, without malice, without judgment. And you are not on it, not the real you. The real you is watching from the still center, off the wheel, on the ground that does not move. So let it turn. Let it carry your circumstances up and down as it will. Your peace does not ride on it anymore. You moved your peace to the bank, to the still place, and from there you can watch the whole wheel turn like water in a river and feel no fear. The wheel is not your enemy. It never was. It is just the shape of the turning world, and you have found the part of you that the turning cannot reach. Feel how quiet it is to watch the wheel turn and not be afraid, to let everything rise and fall and rest anyway. This is the peace Boethius found in his cell. It is yours now, too. Rest. Let the wheel turn. You are watching from the still place, and you are safe. Chapter 44, The Last Evening. Picture the last evening in the cell. The man has finished his book. The conversation with Lady Philosophy is complete. He has said everything he needed to say, and found everything he needed to find. The lamp burns low. The stone floor is cold. Outside, the night is deep and quiet, and he is at peace. Not because he was saved, he was not saved. The wheel did not turn back for him. What was coming still came. He is at peace because he found the thing that the coming could not touch. He moved off the wheel and onto the still center, and there, in the last evening, in the cold cell, facing the worst, he was calm. This is the strangest and most beautiful thing about his story. that a man in his situation could be at peace at all, that the worst circumstances a person can face did not have the final word, that there was something in him, quiet and unlosable, that even his enemies with all their power could not reach. 1,500 years later, we are still reading the book he wrote in that cell, still finding our own way to the still center through the words he left. He gave us, out of the worst night of his life, one of the gentlest gifts anyone has ever given, a map to the place the wheel cannot reach. Let his last evening be a comfort to you in yours. Whatever you are facing, there is a still place in you, and you have found it tonight, and it is enough. Rest. His last evening was peaceful. Let yours be too. Sleep is very close now. Chapter 45. What he left on the table. When it was over, they say, the book was left behind. The pages he had written in the cell, the long conversation with wisdom, the map to the still center. He left it on the table, and it outlived him by 15 centuries, and it found its way across all that time to you tonight in the dark. That is a kind of immortality the wheel cannot touch. Not fame, which fades, not fortune, which turns, but a true thing set down clearly that goes on quietly helping frightened people find their way home long after the one who wrote it has gone. Here is the one line to carry down into sleep, the thing the whole night has been saying. The wheel can take everything you have and never once reach the one who is watching it turn. Let that be the last thought. Everything you have is on loan and can be taken, and one day will be. But the one who has it, the one who is watching, the still center, the quiet awareness breathing here in the dark, is not on the wheel and cannot be taken and is safe. You are that one, not the things, not the fear, the one who is watching, calm, from the still place. Boethius left it on the table for you, the map home, and you have followed it tonight all the way back to the part of you that nothing can take. Now there is nothing left to do but rest. Rest. The wheel can take everything but you. Sleep now, safe in the one thing it cannot reach. Chapter 46. The turning you no longer fear. Remember how the night began. You were lying here, braced, waiting for a blow that had not landed, watching the wheel turn, guarding everything that could be taken, unable to rest. Feel how it is now. The bracing has loosened. The guard has sat down. The wheel is still turning out there, as it always will. But you are watching it from the still place, and it does not frighten you the way it did. Nothing in your circumstances had to change. The thing you were braced against is exactly as uncertain as it was when we began. What changed is where you are standing. You moved a little off the wheel onto the ground that does not move. And from here, the turning is just turning. It is not a threat anymore. It is only the shape of the world, and you are safe inside it. This is what Boethius found, and what he left for us. Not a way to stop the wheel, which no one can do. A way to stand where its turning cannot reach you. The turning you feared all your life
is the same turning that will carry you now gently down into sleep. Let it. You do not have to hold anything still. You never could. Let the wheel turn, and let it carry you down, the way it has carried you down into rest on every night of your life. There is nothing to brace against now. There is only the turning and the still place, and you, safe, drifting. Rest. The turning you feared is carrying you gently into sleep. Let it. Chapter 47. The cell goes quiet. The lamp is almost out now. The cell is quiet. The man is at rest. The long night of his fear ended a long time ago, and what came after was peace. Let your cell go quiet too. Let the room around you settle into its deepest stillness. The house is silent. The night is deep. There is nothing left that needs your attention. Your breath is slow now. Your body is heavy. The bracing that kept you company all night has laid itself down beside you and gone still. There is nothing to guard. There is nothing to count. There is nothing to solve, or secure, or win. The wheel is turning, far away, and it does not concern you now. You are in the still place, and the still place is soft and dark and safe. Let the last of the thoughts drift off like smoke from the lamp. You do not need them. Let them go. Feel only the weight of your body held by the bed, the warmth you have made in the dark, the slow, easy breath coming and going on its own, asking nothing. The old Roman found his peace and left the map, and you have followed it home. There is nothing more to do. The cell goes quiet. The lamp goes out. The night holds you, gentle and dark and kind. Rest now, all the way. Let go. Chapter 48. Sleep. There is nothing left to understand. The wheel turns far away, and you are safe from it, in the still place, which is the real you, which nothing can take. Everything you have is on loan, and that is all right. You can love it and hold it lightly, and rest. The people you love are safe tonight. You are safe tonight. Nothing is being lost in this dark and quiet room. Your breath is slow, your body is heavy, the bracing is gone. There is nothing to guard. There is nothing to fear. There is only the night holding you the way it has held every tired soul who ever learned to let go. Let the wheel turn. Let the night carry you. Let go. Sleep now.